A very good morning to everyone on this rainy Sunday. How is everyone doing? A very good morning. We have just set up our cameras and we have started streaming. A very good morning. Apologies for the delay. There was a thunderstorm, and that's the reason we had to delay the stream. We wanted to catch the first arrivals this morning, but we couldn't. But hopefully, you all will like it. Let's have a look how everything goes. I hope y'all are having a very great time. A very good morning to everyone. Hopefully, y'all are having a great weekend. We just had Singapore Airlines Airbus A380 coming in from Singapore, but sadly we couldn't catch it. However, I was seated in my car and I filmed it landing in the heavy rain. So watch out for that video. It's going to be coming soon on our channel. I think should be up and running by tomorrow. At this moment, we are awaiting Asiana Airlines Airbus A380. That's going to be the first proper arrival of our live stream today. It's coming in from Seoul Incheon, OZ601. A very good morning to everyone. I hope y'all are having a great Sunday morning, a great weekend. It's been quite rainy. There was a thunderstorm, but I'm glad it's cleared off. And right now we are streaming. Glad to be streaming live. We can see on screen the Airbus A380 of Asiana Airlines. And here you are, you can see the Asiana Airlines Airbus A380 coming in. I'm glad we could catch this Airbus A380. Lucky us. Wow, look at that condensation just above the wings. How good is that? Welcoming the Asiana Airlines. The first aircraft, the first heavy on our live stream. Welcome everyone. Welcome who has just joined the stream. We just started streaming a couple of minutes ago, and we caught Asiana Airlines Airbus A380 just now. That was the first arrival over here on our live stream. We plan to catch a lot more arrivals and departures as well. Let's see how it goes. We did see Malaysia Airlines coming in with a special livery too, so that's going to be another great one when it departs Sydney Airport later today. Alrighty, welcome to everyone. A very good morning on this rainy Sunday morning. It seems to be there will still be isolated showers, so hopefully we don't really get the rain because it's going to affect our live stream. But good luck to everyone. Good luck to all of us. We have Garuda Indonesia with their retro livery coming in from Denpasar on the Airbus A330, the retro livery once again. I'm glad we can catch it. If y'all haven't seen it already, we have featured the Garuda Indonesia retro livery on our channel, on our long form videos as well as YouTube shorts. So go check it out if y'all haven't already. And you may be able to check it later, but maybe now just stick around and have a look live at the retro livery of Garuda Indonesia. Let's go for it. Here you are, Airbus A330 of Garuda Indonesia on the retro livery, with the retro livery, sorry. And here it is. How good was that? Lucky to get two special planes. First was the Airbus A380 of Asiana Airlines from Seoul Incheon, and second, the retro livery of Garuda Indonesia. Good morning, everyone. I hope you all are having a great Sunday morning. A very good morning to all of you. Good morning, Damien. Good morning. I'm pleased to see you back on the stream. And yes, it's a fantastic start to the show by getting the Airbus A380. Of course, we did miss out quite a bit. We missed out on Qantas A380 coming in from Dallas Fort Worth. We missed out Emirates A380 coming in from Dubai on the service EK412. I was seated in my car and I was having a look. However, it was raining way too heavy to even capture a clear video for posting on our channel later today or perhaps later in the week. Regardless, I'm glad we could catch the A380 of Asiana Airlines. Hopefully the rain doesn't come back. It does say that there's going to be some isolated showers. However, I hope we have a great stream today and nothing more is in store, especially with the bad weather. All right, the first domestic service that we are going to capture, the arrival from Adelaide on Qantas QF730. That's Boeing 737-800. A very warm welcome to everyone. I hope you all are having a great Sunday. It's been a lazy start to the Sunday, and rightly so because of the rain, because of the thunderstorms. But I hope you all have a great one. If you all are going to be out and about today, carry an umbrella, stay safe. Seems to be isolated thunderstorms here and there, so hopefully everything just goes well with everyone. There's not too much wind today, and that's good. There's no wind at all whatsoever, and I just hope it remains that way for the rest of the day, for the rest of the live stream. Just a couple of weeks ago, that's 2 weeks ago, we had issues with the live stream because the east-west runway was being used, and we couldn't really capture much of the aircraft action, but I'm glad we can do it now. Virgin Australia service from Adelaide. Welcome everyone, welcome to this live stream. A very good morning. Virgin Australia on its Boeing 737 from Adelaide. The Adelaide to Sydney service, another busy route, but not as busy as Sydney to Melbourne or Melbourne to Sydney. Seems like the water is nice and calm, which means we aren't going to be affected much by the winds, but you know, the weather can change anytime, so that's not a given. But regardless, we can just hope for the best. The sun is coming out nice and bright. There's no greater joy than that. Alrighty, let's catch another small arrival for now. Link Airways from Canberra. Here you are, you can see the plane much better over here right now. Link Airways from Canberra on its Saab 340B Plus. Oh yes, Damien, the thought did cross my mind if I could ever able to stream from the old ATC tower. It would be a dream come true. It would be one of those fun days, one of those fun times. How good is that? It would be fun to stream from over here. You see the guard railings, could have just stood outside, use a nice big zoom lens and capture the planes arriving on runway 34L. would have been a great one for all of us. You know, get some great visuals, different POV. How good would that be? That would be fun. Good morning, guys. Good morning to everyone who's just joined. We are at Sydney Airport right now and started the live stream a couple of minutes ago. We almost started the live stream 2 hours late, almost 2 hours, because we had planned to come here early in the morning, which we did. However, because of the thunderstorm, we couldn't really get much action. And here we have Qantas Boeing 787-9. Well, to be honest, I don't really know where this Qantas aircraft is off to, because flight radar says it's off to Sydney. We are in Sydney, so definitely could be a glitch, or perhaps could be going somewhere around. I have no idea. If any of you know, please comment down and let us all know where this aircraft, the Boeing 787-9, Qantas's first Boeing 787-9, registered as VHZNA, is off to. Let us know. And just if we pan around, we have Qantas coming in from Singapore, QF84. Airbus A330-200, registered as VHEBD, landing on runway 34L. We have two Qantas in one frame right now, the Airbus A330 as well as the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. Welcoming everyone who's on this flight on QF84 coming in from Singapore. A very warm welcome to everyone joining the live stream. A very good morning. It's been a rainy start, however the sun's come out a bit too cloudy, partly cloudy I would say. However, it's great for us. We can live stream. It's not too hot, no wind, and hopefully it stays that way for the remainder of our live stream. I hope y'all are having a great start to the Sunday. Hopefully y'all are having a nice big heavy breakfast, spending the lazy Sunday around, watching the live stream. If y'all have great plans, yeah, please go out, do it, stay safe, carry an umbrella, just in case there's any of those isolated thunderstorms coming in. Let's see if we get any other heavy arrivals. Airbus A380, Boeing 777. We should be having quite a bit coming in. I'm not too sure about Airbus A380, but we should be getting Singapore Airlines Airbus A380 later in the day, somewhere around 11 o'clock, somewhere around there. And then we'll also have a few departures, or perhaps a lot of them, also late morning to early afternoon, about let's just say around 1 o'clock or something. That's when we'll be having a lot of departures too. So hopefully we can get that. Very good morning. Morning, everyone. Good morning. We are now going to witness the arrival of Virgin Australia and Australia's busiest route, Melbourne to Sydney. Another aircraft, the first one for today's stream. And I guarantee you, it's not going to be the first one, it's not going to be the last one. There's going to be many more until we finish streaming. There's going to be plenty more of that. And we have Qantas Boeing 787-9 turning onto runway 34L. Where is it off to? We have no idea. It says Sydney to Sydney. If any of you know where it's off to, please let us know. Oh, Damien, yes, it could probably be Santiago, right? Not too sure, yeah, but if you say so, yes, because I think they do have a service around this time. So I would just believe that it is a technical glitch, and that's how it is. We did have another glitch the other day. Yeah, it could be to Vancouver as well. Hey, Wandwos, welcome back to another live stream. I'm glad you're joining. I hope you're having a great evening. Hopefully you've already had dinner. If not, I hope you have a great dinner later on. Whoa, okay, Damien. If it left at the domestic terminal, not too sure if it's off to Perth. I do know there are a couple of 787-9 services of Qantas that goes to Perth. So maybe it could be one of those. Yeah, you never know. Welcome, Monroes. Welcome. I'm glad you joined the stream once again. I hope you enjoy the stream. We did miss out on quite a few aircraft today, but hopefully we can catch it next Sunday morning. Hopefully next Sunday morning the weather is clear and we should be getting some really good action, early morning action. All right, nothing coming in over here, but just see a Boeing 737. Virgin Australia, Boeing 737 to Sunshine Coast. A very good morning to everyone joining the stream right now. I hope you are having a great Sunday morning, having a great time. We just got done with the rain and hopefully it's going to be a great stream with no further interruptions by the weather. We have a couple of heavies coming in. Delta DL41 coming in from Los Angeles. One of the first arrivals from the United States that we would be catching. We also have United Airlines UA101 coming in from Houston on its Boeing 787-9. Usually the arrivals from the United States on United, Delta, American are around the same time. I haven't really spotted American on the app yet. Maybe we missed out earlier when it was raining. Never know. Or perhaps it could be a bit delayed. Alrighty, what we have is a service coming in from Gold Coast on the Boeing 737-800 of Qantas. Boeing 737 landing now. There you are. Landed and touchdown. All right, let's get ready for Delta. Delta service coming in from Los Angeles after a 14.5 hour flight. It's been 14 hours and 28 minutes in the air. Welcome everyone. I hope you all are having a great time. Good evening, Airborne 777. Good evening. I hope you're having a great evening. I hope you're staying nice and warm in the winter season out there. Hopefully you're having a great evening with friends and family, having a great start to the weekend. It's Sunday morning over here, and we just started our live stream a little less than half an hour ago. It was raining. We should have been about 2.5 hours into the live stream. However, we are just about half an hour because we got delayed because of the rain. And then we were supposed to start the live stream at about 8:40 a.m. However, it's just 8:24 right now. We happen to do start like maybe around 40 minutes earlier, 43 minutes earlier after our rescheduled time. Nevertheless, we do have a lot of action coming in over here. We did miss a few arrivals, but we will get all of the departures, weather permitting, yet again. DL41 coming in from Los Angeles, Delta Airways, Delta Airlines, I'm sorry. Here you are, Delta Airlines Airbus A350-900. And that's United Airlines UA101 from Houston, but it's landing on runway 34R. So it's not going to be a great view for us because it's way too far from where we are. We usually prefer landings and arrivals on runway 34L. However, I've always noticed the Houston service does arrive on runway 34R when they use the runways from 34. So, it has to be something, or perhaps they aren't really too heavy that they need to be configured for runway 34L, and that's why the fact that they come in from the left hand side of ours, that is from the east side, it just makes more sense for them to use that runway and just get around. But we should still able to get a closer view of the airplane once it starts taxiing to the international terminal runway, and it needs to pass through runway 34. All it's going to do is be taxiing just like this aircraft that we see on the screen of Air New Zealand, and then go past through the air traffic control tower. And this is the second service, Melbourne to Sydney. on Qantas QF410. Very warm welcome to everyone who's just joined the live stream. The sun is again back in the clouds. And as we capture the touchdown, we have Singapore Airlines, Boeing 777. Let me just pan around and get a good look of it. Boeing 777-300 service to Singapore. Looks like Singapore Airlines is going to give way to Virgin Australia, which would be taxiing across runway 34. Let's have a look. It looks like because Singapore Airlines has just stopped in its tracks, or perhaps like very slow. Oh yes, just like we thought. And it does make sense actually, because Virgin Australia wouldn't be leaving too much of wake behind it. However, the Boeing 777-300 would leave a bit of wake, so quite understandable. And we have the Houston service, United Airlines, over here. And let's focus on Singapore Airlines Boeing 777. Hey, one was, yeah, it looks a bit weird, right? The Boeing 787 just roaming around. Probably something, but cool. Let us know if you get any more information about that one. And let's pan around, let's have a look. We have another arrival coming in. Was that arrival? Another arrival from Adelaide. A very good morning to everyone who's just joined the live stream. Welcome from Sydney International Airport. We are just about 35 minutes into the stream. Should have started a lot more earlier. Should have been about 2 hours and 35 minutes, but that's okay. I mean, things always keep happening. You can't really control the weather. But we are live now, and I hope you're having a great start to the Sunday morning. What we see on screen is United. In the foreground is Qantas service from Adelaide. In the background is Sydney to Perth service on the Boeing 737 making its way to runway 34R for departure. One of the best ATC towers in the world at Sydney Airport with United in the foreground. Alrighty, let's get to Virgin Australia on a departure row. Virgin Australia service to Cairns on the Boeing 737. Soon after, we will be having Singapore Airlines service to Singapore. Hopefully we get an early rotation on Singapore Airlines. Let's have a look if we are lucky enough. quite many times we haven't really able to get the rotation of Singapore Airlines Boeing 777 because, as expected, they're quite heavy. But hopefully this one, hopefully. All right, we just have Jetstar coming in, Airbus A320 from Brisbane. That's going to be one of the first Jetstar arrivals that we are capturing on today's stream. Hey, one was there are many plane spotting places. So this place where I am right now, it's just called the beach, and usually people know it as the plane spotting beach. There's another place called Shep's Mound. Shep's Mound is at the base of the ATC tower that you see just on the left hand side of the base of the ATC tower is Shep's Mound. Shep's Mound is quite close to the runway, so you get a very good view of the planes. You can even smell the fuel when planes taxi to runway 34. Sorry, as well as when they are um, taxiing to the other runways. So that's one of the better views, but you don't really get a whole takeoff and arrival roll. So that's one of the reasons we do not prefer streaming from there. After that, just in the background, you see there's a lot of cranes. That's Botany Bay. And by Botany Bay, besides Botany Bay, you have Foreshore Boat Ramp. And Foreshore Boat Ramp is another place where you can spot planes. You get a very good view of arriving aircraft. You can also see departing aircraft if you have a good zoom lens, or perhaps a very powerful top end phone which could zoom in, and you get a very good view. Hey Louis, welcome to the live stream. I hope you're having a great Sunday morning. If you're not in Sydney, you're anywhere in Europe, the United States, I hope you're having a great Saturday evening. But a very warm welcome. I hope you all enjoy the live stream. Hope you all are having a great time. And let's get ready for Singapore Airlines departure. All right, the takeoff roll has started. You can hear the engines spooling up. Just around missed it, but I think, nah, wouldn't able to see it going in the air. Hey, one was no, they usually use the Boeing 777-300ER for the service to Singapore early morning, and even this aircraft was the Boeing 777-300ER. I just checked it on the app. It is indeed Boeing 777-300. I do know Singapore Airlines did have a couple of 200s as well, dash 200s, but I'm not too sure if they're still in service as of now, because it's been a while since I last had a look at their fleet, covered their fleet as such. So if you have any information, please let us know. We have Air Asia. and let's pan around. We have a couple of departures, not heavies, but we will enjoy it. Hey, that was the Airbus A330-300 of AirAsia. Usually comes in from Kuala Lumpur every single day. That's a regular service. We were lucky a couple of weeks ago to catch the UFC livery. Not on a live stream, but we did catch it on one of our long form videos. I'm sorry, I'm not too sure whether it was a long form or short form video, but we did happen to catch that one too. I presume it would have been a short form video if I'm not mistaken. However, we didn't film it from here. We filmed it from foreshore boat ramp, so it wouldn't be one of the best looking videos. Regardless, we were happy to catch that one, the UFC livery, because special liveries are always exciting for all of us plane enthusiasts. Very warm welcome to everyone. We have QF4 on screen coming in from Auckland on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner of Qantas. Here you are. What a beautiful looking plane. VHZNH. We have caught this on our live streams many times earlier as well. I think we caught it even last week. And let's move once again. Alrighty, Sydney to Perth service on the Boeing 737 of Qantas QF643. A very warm welcome to everyone who have just joined the live stream right now. We are witnessing on screen Boeing 737 of Qantas, the service to Perth. We are going to have a look at Philippine Airlines Airbus A330 coming in around 7 to 8 minutes. However, before that, we need to capture the departure of VA181. Sydney to Nadi service on the Boeing 737-800 of Virgin Australia. All right, we do have the aircraft on runway 34L. They probably are getting ready or waiting clearance for departure. Should be anytime soon, so let's wait and watch. Once they get the clearance, they should be on their way to Nadi, Fiji. All righty. Hopefully we get the rotation. And we are lucky enough to get it. Being slightly quiet this morning, and it's probably because we missed out on early arrivals. But stay tuned. I hope you all have a great sunny morning, a great start to the Sunday. Hopefully, you all are having breakfast. If not breakfast, maybe brunch, and so on. Let's wait and watch what we can catch today. We do expect to catch a lot of heavy arrivals and departures. Let's see how everything goes. Alrighty, we have Brisbane to Sydney service coming in on Virgin Australia VA908, arriving in 1 minute. And should be touching down anytime. Ooh. Hello. And we do have the arrival coming in right now. Oh, I just missed it. I can't even spot it. There's too much of brightness from the front. Okay, there we go. You have it on screen. Thought we almost missed it. Hey, Wanderers, I don't think Qantas has the A320 family. However, uh, we have Jetstar, which is the low-cost carrier of Qantas, and they do operate a lot of A321s, A320. They have the A321 XLR. Wow, that's a bit crazy, Damien. Why would they do that? Why would QF1330 that we just saw taking off be on its way to Antarctica? Is there a reason why? Pretty sure they wouldn't be wasting that much of fuel just to go to Antarctica. Or is it one of those flights that you have a look at the snow and stuff like that, and then it's back to Sydney. Is it one of those? Oh, okay. That's some very good learning for me as well as the others who are here on this live stream. Cool. We didn't know that. Great to know. Great to know that. But yeah, wherever it's up to, hopefully it's a safe flight for everyone, a safe and a pleasant one, not too much turbulence, and everything just goes well. Welcome everyone to all who have just joined the live stream. We are at Sydney Airport trying to capture a few planes, and we are waiting Philippine Airlines at this moment. I'm not too sure if y'all can hear dogs barking in the background, but yeah, they are just enjoying their time at the beach. Let's catch Philippine Airlines service coming in from Manila, and if they are still around, I will able to show y'all, or perhaps I'll just pan around in a bit. And here you go. They're having a great time. What else to do on a Sunday morning, right? Great work, great work. Have a great time, mates. And let's catch Philippine Airlines. PR 211 coming in from Manila. Airbus A330-300. What a smooth landing that one is. Let's wait for more arrivals, more departures. Don't really see anything departing at this stage. Hopefully we get a couple of arrivals. We do have the Boeing 777-300ER coming in from Hong Kong on CX-161. That's Cathay Pacific. Should be around 7 minutes from now. Don't really have much departures at this moment, but let's see. Not many planes, but we do see one in the air coming in with its lights on. Can you all see it on screen? I hope you all can. It's too tiny, I suppose, but if you all can, please comment and let me know. Hey Chris, thanks for letting us know. Do you know why they do that? Is it just for sightseeing, or what exactly is the reason for it? Like, do they just do it for people to have a look at the Antarctica, where they lower their altitude and people just have a good look at the Antarctica, the snow and stuff like that? Is there any reasoning behind it? Hey Damien, yeah, must be going to Hobart. Yeah, Hobart is a great place. I have never been to Hobart. I've just heard about it. Have my cousins living in Hobart. They live over there. So yeah, it's a great place. Nice weather, pleasant weather, but yeah, winters could be brutal, I suppose. Yeah, regardless, no complaints whatsoever, right? It's been a crazy day for us to stream from over here. There's honeybees all around. Oh, Chris, thank you very much. Great to know. Great to know it's a sightseeing trip. I'm pretty sure everyone on that flight would be stoked to just have a look and, be on a flight from Sydney and back to Sydney without ever departing the flight whatsoever, like, deboarding the flight. Great work. Alrighty, what do we have coming in? Melbourne to Sydney on Airbus A321. Here you are, another service from Melbourne. Like I always mention on our live streams, Sydney to Melbourne, one of the busiest service. In fact, the busiest service. Hey, good morning to everyone. Hopefully, y'all are having a great start to this Sunday morning. Hey, one was. No, on shots, I do not get close up from the planes. What I exactly do is I use my pretty much the large zoom lens, and that helps me get a bit closer in terms of distance. However, nah, I don't really get close ups as such. It usually is all about the zoom lens that I use. Yes, Damien, the sky is putting on a show this morning. I have no freaking idea what the sky is up to actually. It seemed like it was getting clear, however, it's getting a bit cloudy once again. Hopefully, it just clears off because that helps us get a very good view of the planes. If it's nice, bright and sunny, it helps us get a very good view and a lot of the liveries shine across, especially Scoot and then perhaps today even Malaysia Airlines, because Malaysia Airlines is going, did come in with a special livery. I couldn't film it either on my phone or my camera because whilst I was over here, I was just setting up my camera. However, I plan to get it on departure, but at this stage, we are not sure. We have no idea if we would even able to continue the live stream with this type of weather. But yeah, let's see how it goes. Hopefully, everything just goes well, and we don't really get the rain. Sometimes, even if it's cloudy, partly cloudy, we should be all good. But if we are just going to be having crazy weather, then I think that's an issue for our live stream. But fingers crossed. Let's see what works best for all of us. All right, we have CX161 coming in from Hong Kong on its Boeing 777-300ER. Won't be too long, just 2 more minutes. All right, so the dogs you see here, they were quite happy and excited to come in. And one of the puppies that the man is holding in his hand just came around near my tripod, said hi, and it left. It was quite cute of that puppy to come in and just go back. That was fun. And let's pan around our camera because we need to get ready for Cathay Pacific. All right, we see it on screen. Cathay Pacific CX161 from Hong Kong on its Boeing 777-300ER. Cathay Pacific, one of the oldest airline operators here at Sydney Airport. They've always been part of Sydney. After COVID, yeah, they were affected, and the recovery is still on. It's taking them a bit more time compared to the others, but we wish them all the very best. They are one of the better airlines out there, so we wish them the best. Look at that Boeing 777. Wow. How good is that? Isn't it? Lovely. I'm glad we could capture the Boeing 777-300ER off Cathay Pacific. Alrighty, we also have coming in from Guangzhou, China Southern Airlines, the Airbus A350. How many of y'all like the Airbus A350 livery of China Southern Airlines? A lot of my viewers have told us that they love the livery of China Southern Airlines. Hopefully, y'all do too. We have United Airlines Boeing 777-200 coming in from San Francisco, California. Hey, one was yes, Kaitak Airport. Sadly, yeah, sadly, we don't really have it anymore. However, just a short story to share with all of you all. When my uncle once he was traveling and he transited through Kaitak Airport, I think this would be back in 96 or 97. He did get something from duty free, but that's not even the star of the story. The star of the story is he had a bag. He was just given a plastic bag, perhaps to carry the goods in that he had bought, and that plastic bag has the address of Kaitak Airport and it's still at home. How good is that? It's almost like a collectible item. Sadly, uh, the airport couldn't handle the capacity, and then we all know how arrivals with Boeing 747s and other heavy aircraft were over there. So it's always a challenge. But regardless, right now it's turned into a shopping center and stuff like that. So we all can only have the memories of Kaitak Airport, but nothing else, sadly. But I do know a lot of people say that if the weather's right and based on the flight path, you can still spot Kaitak Airport from the plane whilst flying over Hong Kong. However, it's not an airport anymore. It seems to be it's changed into a shopping center type of thing, a shopping plaza, if I'm not mistaken. Hey mate, yes, one was yes. That is true. China Airlines, not exactly from mainland China, but it is from Taiwan. As we all know, we don't really want to get too much into the political side of it, but the political agenda, or perhaps the political debate and discussions are all around whether Taiwan is part of China or not. That's not something we could comment on. However, that's one of the reasons. You would also see, if you look closely, registrations for aircraft from Taiwan, registration for aircraft from the mainland China, as well as from Hong Kong. They all start with the letter B, and the letter B is assigned to aircraft that are registered in China. So I don't really know how it works out over there, but that's the story. We did have a bit of protests and stuff like that happening early 2020, just when COVID was starting, and I had transited through Hong Kong. I did know that there was a lot of protest, and I had planned to just roam outside the airport, but eventually I canceled that plan just in case I would get stranded or something like that. But yeah, that's one of the reasons. All right, we have United Airlines, Boeing 777-200 coming in from San Francisco of United Airlines. Let's get ready to have a look. The cloud cover is making it so dark for us. It's a challenge to even spot the planes on the screen. That's like a crazy thing happening right now. And here we are, glad to get the United Boeing 777-200. Woohoo! A beautiful Boeing 777-200. How good is that? Well, guys, whilst we are waiting for arrivals, I think I need to change the place from where we are streaming a bit, because what's happening is the rain that came in early this morning, it's made stuff wet over here, and the thing is, it's not drying as fast as other areas around the same place, so I might as well just get a bit of change. But let us see how it works. Hey, Gary Minov. Hey, good evening. I hope you're having a great evening, a great Saturday evening. Hey, Chris. Yes, so the thing is, at Shep's Mound, you know that bus stop type of shelter that's over there? It literally is of no use at times, because what happens is, if the rain is light and there's no wind, then yes, it does protect you, no doubt about that whatsoever. But I do recollect there were a couple of weeks ago, I think a little over 4 weeks ago, I was at Shep's Mound, evening time. It was a Monday evening, and I was filming, and it starts raining. And it starts raining with a lot of wind. And what happens is, I just go under that bus stop shelter thing, and there was no point in it, because the wind was blowing the raindrops onto all of us, and all the people who were over there, including myself, we were drenched. It's like way too drenched. So yeah, sadly, sometimes it doesn't work. I wish you could have a better, longer shelter type of thing, but then it does interfere with people wanting to set up their ladders and chairs, and trying to get a good point of view, a field of view. So totally understandable, but yeah, it doesn't really help too much as such. China Southern Airlines, Airbus A350-900. That's coming from Guangzhou. And another surprise, what we see, Cathay Pacific, Airbus A350-900. Right, we'll be having this departure to Hong Kong in the next few minutes. Yes, Chris. Actually, that's the thing with the wind. It doesn't really help much. So, yeah. But I would give it to Shep's Mound for a clear day, or even a windy day, or perhaps a cloudy day. What happens at Shep's Mound is, if runway 16R is in use, and it's a windy day, you can literally see a lot of the planes coming in from the city side and then just by IKEA. And at that stage, if it's way too windy, you can see planes trying to balance themselves out and trying to line up properly. That's a fun thing, you know. We do have a couple of videos, but I wouldn't say it was one of the best, because again, you know, to catch the departures out of that, the arrivals out of that side is again a challenge because of the distance. However, if you go to the canal airport landing view point, you get a very good view from there. Or if not anything else, let's you know, just go to the parking at P3, the P3 parking, which is the domestic car park, and you get a very good view from there. So it just depends which one works well on a particular day in regards to weather, etc. Hey LWA, hello, welcome to the stream. All right, we do have a few aircraft coming in at this stage. As you all can see, the sun is out right now. Again, not exactly very sunny, but still good enough. We now have Cathay Pacific ready for its takeoff row. CX110 on the Airbus A350-900. Hey El, my camera is good. The camera is good. We had to delay the start of our live stream for almost 2 hours because of the rain, but I'm glad the rain stopped. And yeah, if the rain starts again, we would unfortunately have to pause the live stream and wait for better weather. But I'm glad we aren't really looking at any signs of a bad weather right now. But you know, anything can change at any time. Wow, wow, we got the rotation of the Cathay Pacific A350. How good is that? All right, let's wait for more arrivals, more departures. Welcome, a very good morning to all of you joining the live stream now. We are at Sydney Airport Sunday morning. I hope you all are having a great start to this Sunday. It's been a great day, a great start for us as well. A bit of confusion and craziness happening early this morning. We did miss out on quite a lot of flights. However, you know, it did keep us on our toes because we were not too sure whether we should continue going ahead with the live stream or might as well just wait for the rain to die down. Luckily, the rain did die down in a few minutes, but that did cause us a delay. However, we can, you know, still get a lot of heavy departures. We do have a lot of planes going out as well. Good morning, Mr. Trucker. Good morning. I hope you're having a great sunny morning. Let's catch this aircraft. Vietnam Airlines, Airbus A350. How many of y'all love the Vietnam Airlines livery? It looks quite nice, especially on a sunny day. Shines nice and bright. Hopefully, we can get some nice sunny weather next Sunday morning. We had initially planned to stream next Sunday afternoon, like early afternoon. However, we've changed plans as of now because we missed out on a lot of early morning peak arrivals and departures. So sorry, we didn't miss out on departures much because early morning at Sydney is all about arrivals, crazy arrivals just after the curfew ends. And in light of it, we are considering getting another stream next Sunday morning or perhaps next Saturday morning. So stay tuned, stay tuned. Please subscribe to our channel. We do post updates about our live stream. We schedule our live stream about 3 to 4 days in advance. So usually by Wednesday noontime or Wednesday evening or early Thursday morning is when we will post about our next live stream. Let us know what you would like to see on our live stream. We try capturing a lot of planes. Hopefully we can capture a lot more later um, this year. In December, we are planning to also film from Tokyo Haneda and Los Angeles Airport at Westchester. That's coming later next year, hopefully around the second quarter. We've got to plan quite a lot, so hopefully everything goes well. We will keep you all informed, so stay tuned. Hopefully we all could get some great plane spotting experiences out of there. As we all know, Los Angeles gets airlines that don't really even fly to Sydney. However, there's a lot more to it. There's Tokyo Haneda in Japan. You see a lot of airlines. Hopefully we can even spot the flying Honu, which is the Airbus A380 of ANA. Hey L, I am filming again today from my phone. If you were part of the live stream last week, you would have known that we had a much better view and a much closer view because of the zoom. But sadly today, because of the rain, that's not something we were able to do at the start. However, it seems to be that we would continue filming from our phone for today's live stream, and it seems to be the phone does help us quite a lot in terms of the quality. We are filming from the iPhone, and the iPhone has a really good zoom as well. However, it all depends. If it's a nice and sunny day, then yes, a camera is the way to go. No doubt about that. And just wait and watch. Hopefully we will get a camera out on one of the next live streams if we have a really good day, a nice bright sunny day, you know all right, on screen we will be having Boeing 737-800 going to Nadi of Qantas. Oh yes, L. Definitely, and I tell you, mate, tell you, it's not even an excuse. If you do recollect, even the last time we had an issue with the wind, where the wind was so bad, we did have rain last time as well. No doubt, mate, no doubt. It's not an excuse as well because, you know, what really happened today is I'll tell you what happened. So we do have a camera in the car. Now, for us to set up the camera, it takes quite long because we need to set up the camera and then hardwire it to the power station. From the power station, we will also hardwire the Wi-Fi router as well as our computer so that we can use the live streamer. And this all takes about 15 to 20 minutes to get right. We also need to connect our mic. But what really happened this morning is with the rain, we couldn't set up anything. So we were just waiting and waiting until the rain, just goes away. It clears up, the skies clear up. And by the time the sky cleared up, it was about 7:45, and then as we checked Flight Radar 24, we get to know that we have missed out on almost all of the A380 arrivals, the heavy arrivals here at Sydney. We missed out on Singapore Airlines, we missed out on Dallas Fort Worth service, Qantas A380 coming in from Dallas Fort Worth. Then we also missed out on Emirates service coming in from Dubai. So we were in a hurry. All we did is we take out a tripod, set it up on a phone, create the live stream on the phone, like try linking it through our encoder, and then we just connect the power station and start live streaming because we didn't want to miss out on the last Airbus A380 arrival of the early morning, and that's how we did it. So again, yeah, it may sound like an excuse, but it's not really an excuse. It's just more about the weather permitting. And I did mention about this in my last stream as well. Last Sunday we did mention about it, that usually when it's raining we wouldn't able to use the camera as such because the cameras, they can't really get in, they aren't really as weather sealed as, like, let's just say an iPhone or perhaps any other Samsung phone or any other Android phone for that matter that would have been manufactured in the last 2-3 years. So yes, in light of getting the stream out and about and to everyone else who were waiting, we did see there were quite a lot of viewers waiting for the stream. It seems to be they probably wanted to enjoy the Sunday morning starting 6, because 6 was supposed to be a live stream. But yeah, hopefully we can give you better quality next time. But it seems to be that even next time we may just film from the phone, because what really happens is we've realized people happen to love the phone quality a bit more for the live stream, and then they happen to like the camera quality for our long form videos. If you go and see our long form videos on the channel, it seems to be people love it because of the zoom. But for the live stream, they don't really want it to be zoomed too much, and I can totally understand. If you go to YouTube resources as well as you go through other resources, what happens is you'll able to see when you live stream with a camera, yes, all good, but then the fact that we've got to zoom from this place, the reason why we've got to zoom and we cannot leave it zoomed out is because in the morning when we stream, we have the sun right against us, and then all that happens is we end up getting a silhouette of a plane, and we don't even end up seeing any of the liveries. So we miss out on the good liveries, we miss out on a lot of things. So we are considering that we may just start filming from the iPhone. We don't have the latest iPhone as of now. For those of you who are tracking iPhone launches and stuff, we all know that the new iPhone 17 Pro has an 8x zoom. You can bump it up to 40x, but then 8x is like quite a lot compared to our current iPhone. So it's going to be even much more better. But yeah, we are going to get better quality stuff coming in early next year. Oh, Julia is live too. Hi to Julia. Hopefully Julia is having a great time streaming. And yeah, say hi to her. Thanks, Damien. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all your kind words, Damien. Really appreciate having you on the live stream. You were here last time. You're here today. Hopefully, we see you again next week. And I'm not too sure if we may stream midweek, but let's see. And let's stream a bit over here. Sometimes the planes are so small we can't even see what's on screen. Rex. Hey XAV, hey XAV. Have a great time. Oh, L in the bush, come on. But yeah, I mean, in the bush, it's going to be a bit crazy, because it's quite sandy over there. But regardless, it's a great time to be there at the beach, though. All right, it's getting a bit sunny, so just getting our protective gear out and about. For those of you who don't know, around 3 weeks ago, we were filming over here and the sun was crazy. And I happened to burn myself on my neck. That was a bit weird. And I didn't know anything about it until the next morning when I woke up. So, yep, that's, you just got to be a bit more safe in the Australian summer. Technically, we are still in, what do we say, autumn, spring? But yeah, it just gets a bit too hot at times. Oh yes, Damien. Yes, it is a plane spotting curse at times, but yeah, we are always happy to get all of the things for all of you. It's always great to be plane spotting and stuff. Oh, look at this! We are just getting the Korean Airlines Boeing 787-10. I happened to spot this with my eyes this morning. Couldn't really film it again because of the rain, but it looked awesome looking at it. Landing in the rain. That was lovely. Hey XAV, hey XAV, my name is Sheldon. You can just call me by my name, Sheldon, or whatever you want to call me. XAV QFA 124 from Queenstown. Cool, we'll get a look of that one. Oh wow, L, you are from Queensland but living in the Netherlands. That's far off, mate. That's like really far off. But I hope you're having a great time in the Netherlands. I hope you're having a great time. I'm guessing it's going to be pretty much the start of winter and already into winter over there. I hope you're having a great time. Hello, Becky. Hello. I hope you're having a great Sunday morning, Becky. Hi to everyone at home with you, Becky. Hope you're having a great breakfast, brunch, whatever. It's too early for brunch, I would suppose, but yeah, regardless, have a great Sunday, have a great week and rest of the weekend. I've been great, Becky. I've been great. Thank you very much, and I hope you're doing well as well. We were supposed to get a lot of arrivals, like I mentioned a couple of times earlier on the stream as well. However, couldn't because of the rain. But regardless, I'm happy now that we are streaming for all of you. Thanks, Becky. Thanks for asking. I hope you're having a great time as well, Becky. If you ever come around this side to the beach on a weekend, feel free to come say hi to us. We love meeting all of our viewers. We did meet a couple of them last Sunday afternoon. Next weekend we will be streaming in the morning. Oh yes, L, yes, L. Uh, it is the Pepsi livery. It is the Pepsi livery. A lot of people love it. A lot of people have said they don't love the new livery of Korean Airlines, but I can get it. A lot of um, airlines are more into simplification right now because uh, they want to include a lot more people who would have a tough time understanding different fonts and sizes. So that's one of the reasons. I don't really know what other reasons could be there, but these are the reasons that I know of. If you all know of any reasons why most airlines and most brands for that matter all across the world, they're trying to go for simple fonts all across, is there a reasoning other than just trying to make it simpler for people to understand, or is there something more to it? Please let us know if that's something that you're into or you'll work into those fields. And look at what we have here. Emirates A380 service to Christchurch. A very warm welcome to everyone joining our live stream this Sunday morning. What we have on screen: Japan Airlines Boeing 777. How good is that? Wow, and now the sun is out. All right, yeah, focus is on the heavies. Let's see how it goes. A very good morning to everyone watching the live stream. Oh yes, L. What are you up to? 11:37. Yep, burning the midnight candle. L is definitely burning the midnight candle. I hope you're having a great time, L. Alrighty, as you all can see, we have a hold up at runway 34L. A lot of departures just waiting to get their way around runway 34L. We should see a lot of action right now.
I'll just quickly.
Yeah, good.
Thank you.
No problem. And then we have an arrival coming in. And what's the arrival? That's the Jetstar Boeing 787-8 coming in from Seoul, Incheon. Alright, let's turn ourselves for the departure action. Alright, we have Korean Air getting ready for its departure to Seoul, Incheon. A warm welcome to everyone joining the live stream now. We can see there's a lot of aircraft just awaiting their clearance for departure. We have Korean Air on runway 34L lined up and waiting. Should start its takeoff roll anytime soon. Okay, it started its takeoff roll. We then have a couple of smaller aircraft. Then we have the Airbus A380 of Emirates on EK412 making its way to Christchurch. Hey L, if you're asking, does JAL fly to Australia? Yes, we do have Japan Airlines. It's just around the corner waiting for its sequence. I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, number 4 in the departure sequence. And they do fly every single day. They arrive in the morning, depart right now. I also think they have one service in the evening. If I'm not mistaken, I do know ANA does have a service in the evening. They have an afternoon service as well. From my understanding, I'm guessing ANA may have already arrived. I'm not too sure about that though. Don't quote me on that one, but I do know ANA does depart around 12:45, 1 in the afternoon every single day. And JAL, yes, JAL, Japan Airlines, as you will just see in a few minutes, we will be catching its departure, as well as we'll be catching the arrival of, I think, ANA. I don't think ANA may have arrived. I think ANA arrives later in the day. That's my guess. But yeah, let's see. Alright, and now we see Emirates at holding point, but before that we do have a Qantas Boeing 737. And if we just leave our camera here, we'll be able to spot a giant aircraft. One world delivery. Hey, yes, L, do you mean to say that you did not want to fly Emirates? Is that what you meant? Not too sure what you would have meant by that. Whoa, Damien, thanks for checking that. Qantas 1330 gone straight past Tasmania. So then, yeah, like I think, Chris did mention that it's more of a sightseeing flight. So we suppose that that's how it would be. So happy and safe flight to them. Thanks for checking and coming back to us on this one, Damien. Really appreciate all of the information and the help you provide not only to me, to our team, but to everyone here on the live stream. There'll be so many people over here who would have always wondered what it is, and usually sometimes these things wouldn't be easily accessible on the news, etc. So it's really great to have something like that. All right, I think I mentioned in my last stream, perhaps last week or the week before, that the one-way livery of Qantas is the one which usually flies to Bengaluru in India. And again, the livery that we just saw fly taxi past us is the flight again, QF67, on its way to Bengaluru, India. So does anyone know what exactly is it? Why is it that Qantas uses the one-way livery only to Bengaluru? Is there a reasoning behind it? Or pretty much couldn't be a coincidence that almost every single time that I see the flight, it's always off to India? All right, we do see Emirates EK412 on runway 34R. The first departure on today's stream of an Airbus A380. Let's get rolling. EK412 service to Christchurch. It's going to be back in less than 10 hours from now in Sydney. We're going to take about 3 hours to Christchurch. Stay over there for some time, maybe another 3, and then another 3 hours back for its flight to Sydney. It's going to be back. Emirates really uses its fleet quite well. They don't let it stay on the ground for the whole day for its evening departure. But regardless, there's always the night arrival that stays here until early morning and then departs the next morning. But they do whatever they can. For those of you who were not part of the live stream last Sunday evening, we did catch the Emirates Wimbledon livery last Sunday evening. All right, Emirates has started its takeoff roll. Let's enjoy the heavy departure, the first A380 departure on our live stream. That was a great one, wasn't it? All right, we have Air Canada Boeing 777-200 long range LR coming in from Vancouver. Hey everyone, just give me a couple of seconds and I will come to the comment section shortly. I read all your messages, but just getting around the takeoffs and the arrivals. We have Air Canada arrival from Vancouver on its Boeing 777-200 LR. You're arriving on runway 34L. Alrighty, back to takeoff action. So, yes, it was lagging a bit. I think the bitrate dropped a bit, but I think we should be perfectly fine right now. Yes, Emirates definitely is cheaper on flights where there are, multiple operators, as well as they operate multiple flights a day. So I can totally understand in Europe. Yes, they have a lot of services every single day. So I totally get it. And yeah, their service is good. It's not as bad as you would say other international airlines. So definitely agree. Hey Robbie, hey Robbie Batista, hey, welcome to the live stream. Robbie, I was in Southern California. I was in Los Angeles earlier this year in the month of January, and I did film a lot of planes at Westchester, just outside In and Out. However, my next trip to Los Angeles should be somewhere around the second or third quarter of the year 2026. We will be filming from there. We will be live streaming from there once again from Los Angeles. We will let you know. Please subscribe to our channel and hit the notification bell. You'll also get updates of when we'll be streaming at Los Angeles. So please feel free to come say hi to us, and we can have a great time filming planes and having a chat about aviation. It's always good to have chat about aviation with different people. All right, we have Jetstar. Oh, Damien. Yeah, thanks so much. The fact that you say that you're not going to tune into the test match, but perhaps just watch our live stream, that's great. Damien, I plan to be here until about 12:30. That is what I plan. Again, weather permitting. If the weather just continues the way it is as of now, then yes, we can stay until 12:30, or perhaps even 1. Not sure. Let's just see how it goes. Sometimes Sydney airport just ends up in a lull where you see no departures happening at all whatsoever. Just like how we had a lull last week when the live stream just started. But yeah, if everything goes well, weather permitting, we plan to stay here a minimum at least until 12. The latest could be 1, so anywhere around 12 to 1 is when we may switch off. But then at the same time, what I'm planning to do today is, once we are done with most of the departing action, most of the arriving action, we will just leave the stream as a static live stream. We will zoom out and then let everyone just have a look. We won't really be speaking. We'll probably mute the microphone, or perhaps just let it be for an ASMR sound as such, and then everyone can just enjoy. Hello Astra, hello, hi from Canada, hello. I hope you're having a great time in Canada, a great Saturday evening, and please stay safe, please stay warm, Astra. I know it's quite cold over there. I have a mate living in Toronto, and yeah, it's quite cold over there. Just don't get into that cold and that freezing cold. Hopefully you can just stay nice and warm during this Christmas season that's just arriving, that's just around the corner. Oh, y'all are going to miss the Tiger Ryanair, yes, right? Yeah. That's gonna be crazy. How many of y'all have traveled on Ryanair? Let me know. People say that if Ryanair has a nice and a smooth landing, that means the pilot is going to be demotivated. Sorry, not demotivated, like is going to get a promotion one step down. So probably he goes back to the training room, because Ryanair is not supposed to be having smooth landings, smooth butter landings. Of course, that's a joke, yeah. But respect to everyone, respect to all of the pilots. Oh yes, Robbie, I will surely let you know. Please subscribe to our channel. We keep posting about our future live streams always, and the fact that we will be traveling all the way from Sydney to Los Angeles just for streaming. So we will be posting it quite in advance, a lot of posts before we even eventually be there in Los Angeles. So a lot of our Los Angeles uh, viewers will be able to get a very good look and feel of our channel. So yep, Robbie. I hope to see you there. Let's get around. Let's click some pictures. Let's talk more about aviation on the day. Oh yes, Damien. I can get it. Hello, Hansel. Hello. Right, we have Japan Airlines to Haneda on its takeoff roll. Boeing 777. How good was that? How good was that departure? One of the best, I would say. Alrighty, we have an arrival. Woohoo! Los Angeles to Sydney, United Airlines. We just spoke about United a few minutes ago when United from San Francisco had come in, and now we have United from Los Angeles. Apparently, this flight took 15 hours and 1 minute. That's a long time. Usually, I see Los Angeles flights coming in around 14 hours and 28 minutes, 14 hours and 30 minutes. This one has been 14 and a half hours. Alrighty, people, let's catch this takeoff roll, and then we have an announcement to make to all of you. I hope you are going to enjoy the announcement. I hope you are going to like what we are going to announce. Nothing great as such, but just for all of you, this announcement very shortly after this takeoff of Boeing 737 of Qantas. Alrighty, we have panned back to the start of runway 34. Okay, so guys, what I was saying is, I know a lot of you love the Sunday morning stream based off the views that we get, the commentary, the people wanting to interact with each other. We all appreciate it. We all love it. We all get to meet different people all across the world. And in light of that, we are planning to make the Sunday morning live stream a permanent fixture of our channel. So every Sunday morning, we plan to stream starting with the first arrivals. How good is that? I hope you all will be pretty stoked and happy with that decision of ours. to bring the live stream every Sunday morning permanently onto our stream. Of course, weather permitting, as well as at times I may be traveling overseas on business trips, and that's when I'm not able to stream. However, to make up for that, I would obviously try bringing more streams just before I go on my business trips, as well as I can bring a lot of it even after I come back from business trips. How does that sound? I hope you all enjoy. Hey Hanslow, yes, you've been a long time subscriber of the aviation channel Sid Squad. No doubt, Sid Squad is one of the popular aviation YouTube channels here in Sydney. A lot of people watch them. Yes, they are very well known among the aviation community. And rightly, they are one of the professionals. You would have seen them traveling all across, New Zealand. Recently, they were in New Zealand, and hats off to them. They are the ones who know a lot more about aviation than us at Team Sydney Airport Aviation. So hats off to them. They are one of the better ones out there, no doubt about that. There is no doubt whatsoever that they are one of the better aviation channels around in Sydney as well as in Australia. Thanks, Sango. Thanks, Mr. Sango. Loving it, loving it. Thanks for letting us know that you love the idea of us permanently streaming on Sunday morning. We will do that for all of you. We enjoy doing it. And like I said, coming back to the topic, if I'm on a business trip, if I'm going out somewhere, of course, during those times we will not able to stream. However, we will, also try capturing a lot of videos for you all, and try posting it during the time off when we aren't streaming. Regardless, before my business trips, after my business trips, yes, we will, try making up for it by getting smaller live streams during the weekdays. Somewhere around in the evening, especially during the summer months, because the summer months gives us a lot of daylight, and it does help quite a lot. Alrighty, Sydney to Johannesburg, that we see the last aircraft of Qantas A380 that's just in the sequence for departures. It's going to be a great one to have that. On its way to Bengaluru, India. And we pan our way back to the runway to get more of the action. We have Malaysia Airlines MH123 coming in from Kuala Lumpur on its Airbus A330-900. Airbus A330-900. Yes, that's correct. A330-900. Let's have a look when it's around here. Hey, Mr. Sango, why was Qantas 2 diverted to Brisbane? Do you know what the reason for it is? Was it the weather? Was it the thunderstorm? It's been a while now since the rain has stopped. This is Malaysia Airlines, yeah. Airbus A330-900. How good is that? Looks nice and new. then let's get ready for more departures. And perhaps an arrival on runway 34. It's quite small for us, I guess. Okay, thanks, Mr. Sango. Thanks for letting us know it's because of the weather. Hopefully, the weather clears up and we get nice sunny days very soon. Let's see if the next weekend has some really good weather. That's going to be helpful for quite a lot of us. I do know a lot of us, love it when it's nice and sunny, like last Sunday afternoon was real sunny. But yeah, we are now changing to a permanent Sunday morning live stream. So for those of you who don't know, we will be permanently live streaming until Sunday. I think that's December 14th, if I'm not mistaken. And after December 14th, I'll just be on a business trip, so I wouldn't be around. So we wouldn't be having live streams then, but we will try making up for the lost live streams. For the next 2 weeks that I wouldn't be around, we'll try making up for the lost live streams during the week in December. Of course, stick around. We usually post a lot of updates about our next live streams, and we post it quite early, so everyone is able to have a look. Alrighty, we have T-Way Air coming in from Seoul Incheon. As you can see it on screen, Airbus A330-300, 10-hour and 6-minute flight from Seoul Incheon. How good is that? How many of you love the T-Way Air livery? It's not always that we end up getting T-Way on a live stream, but hopefully now that we have made it a permanent fixture, the Sunday morning permanent live stream, I hope you all will get to see more of T-Way Air. Hey Sandra, hello. Hoping you're having a great Sunday morning, Sandra. All right, we are having constant inflow and outflow of planes right now at this stage. Not many of the heavy arrivals or departures, but I think it's a mix of both. That's what we were able to say as of now. This service is from Melbourne.
Man,
Hey.
is there any other lookout point?
And there's Shep's Mound at the base of the air traffic control tower, Shep's Mound. Just put Shep's Mound, you'll be there in the next 7 minutes if you're driving. And it's quite close to the runways. You'll get a very good view of the planes.
Oh, I'm looking.
Yeah, you'll get Shep's Mound. You'll also get Foreshore Lookout, that is at Port Botany, but it's a bit far. But at Shep's Mound, you get a very good view
Sorry,
of
what is this word?
Shep's Mound, SHEP. There you go, the first
Yes.
one. Yep. Yeah, just drive there. It's so much better. You'll get it very close, up close.
Small. Yeah. Thanks, man.
No worries, man. Alrighty, we are ready for the Qantas departure to Johannesburg. Apologies, mates. We had a couple of mates coming up to us. They wanted to know which other lookout points are much better than the one that we already are at. It seems to be they aren't really getting much of the closer action, so I recommended them Shep's Mound, which is like, it's going to be so much better for them. And yeah, apart from that, what we are doing is we are waiting for Qantas to take off to Johannesburg. But before that, it seems to be the Auckland service from Auckland to Sydney coming in on Air New Zealand with the black livery. That is the one. That is the one we are waiting for. We have captured the black livery only once on our channel, which was on the long form video. And right now we are getting not QF, NZ103 to arrive on runway 34L from Auckland on its Boeing 777-300ER. And what's better than a black livery? That's going to be fun. That's going to be fun. Let's capture it. Let's go. And here you are. You see it on the screen. How many of you see the black clouds? How weird is that, right? It's like the black dark clouds, and it's almost spoiling our day. Spoiled the start of our stream, but regardless, right now we are doing quite well. Of course, you would like a bright sunnier day, but this is all good as well. So let's see. Let's capture the black livery of Air New Zealand service from Auckland on its Boeing 777-300ER. How good is that? Always love seeing this one. And New Zealand black livery Boeing 777-300. Glad we could catch this one right on a live stream today. And whilst that New Zealand will make its way to Terminal 1, we have a New Zealand Airbus A320 making its way to runway 34 right. Meanwhile, let's go for the heavy departure, the second A380 service that we will capture right now, QF63 to Johannesburg. Welcome everyone, welcome this Sunday morning to our live stream. What you see on screen is QF63 Qantas's Airbus A380 service to Johannesburg, South Africa. Not too sure if you can see it on screen, there's condensation already at the wingtips. Whoa, that was a nice one. Pretty good. Very good morning to everyone. Thank you for joining the live stream. This is where we bring the best of aviation in the land down under here at Sydney International Airport. We are waiting for a lot of arrivals and departures. We've got a lot of them already arrivals. Now we are also going to spotting in the clouds is a bit of an issue, but yeah, regardless, we've got the plane. That's Garuda, Indonesia, with the Travel Go sticker coming in from Jakarta on the Airbus A330-300. Just around the corner, about to touch down. There you are. And what we see on screen, the Thai Airways A350-900. Yeah, right, Damien. Love four engines, no matter what, no matter what. But sadly, we all know as aviation enthusiasts and aviation geeks that four-engine airplanes, at least passenger ones, are not being commercially produced anymore whatsoever. The Airbus A380 ceased operations in 2021, with the last delivery being to Emirates. I think they delivered in December of 2021, and yeah. Sadly, that's the thing. However, I was just watching a recorded interview of Sir Tim Clark, the president and CEO of Emirates, yesterday on CNBC, and he did mention that they plan to use their Airbus A380s until late 2030s, early 2040s, and that's when the Boeing 777-9 will be the workhorse. So we do have quite a lot of years, maybe a decade and a half, to enjoy the A380s. So until then, yeah, hopefully we can fly a lot of these four-engine beauties, the Boeing 747-400, few of them left with Lufthansa, Boeing 747-8, a lot of them with Lufthansa, as well as Airbus A380s, a lot of them with Emirates being the type's largest operator. Then we have Singapore Airlines, Qantas, who have a handful. We do have Asiana Airlines, who flies their A380 to Sydney every winter. That's from October to March. So yeah, make good use of it. Have you flown on an A380 of any of the Asian carriers like Singapore Airlines or Asiana Airlines, Korean Air, Damien? Please comment and let us know. If not, have you flown on any other of the A380s like Qantas A380? It would be great to know. Let's get ready for Thai Airways departure. That's going to be fun. Hello, El. I'm glad you have flown on Singapore Airlines and Emirates as their Airbus A380. Yes, I do know Emirates flies a lot of their A380s to Europe, a lot of their services to Europe. So that's good to know. And Singapore Airlines as well. On Singapore Airlines, which route did you fly, El? Like where exactly did you fly from Singapore to the Netherlands? Is that how it is? Do they fly their A380 to Netherlands, or would it be to London Heathrow, from Singapore to London Heathrow, and then you would have flown onwards on another Star Alliance carrier to the Netherlands? How is it? Please let us know. That's going to be fun. It's always good to know how each airline operates and partners with other airlines, especially across the same alliance. Hey Jax. Hey. Okay, you'll be spotting at Link Road. Where exactly is Link Road? Is it another name for one of the sporting places? I've never heard Link Road unless I'm unaware of it. But regardless, Jax, I hope you have a great time filming today afternoon, Jack. Have a great time. If you ever happen to be around the same place where we are spotting and filming, please come and say hi. It would be great to have a chat with you. It would be great to just catch up, share some aviation stories, some aviation knowledge and insights. It's always fun. But other than that, Jack, I hope you're having a great Sunday morning. I think you should be getting ready to get out and about. It's still around just 10:30 in the morning over here, so I'm guessing you would have some ready time to prepare and stuff like that. China Eastern Airlines, as we saw on the screen. And Jack, I did see a lot of your videos last night on YouTube. It was great. Hey everyone, for those of you who don't know Jack's Aviation again based in Sydney. He posts quite a lot of pictures, a lot of videos, etc. Go check him out on his YouTube channel. That's another great one. So I hope you all enjoy having a good time at Jack's Aviation along with us, Sydney Airport Aviation. At Aviation, we are all about supporting each other and sharing the love of aviation with everyone. So I hope you all can get some really good entertainment at Jack's Aviation too. Alrighty, we are ready for the takeoff of the Airbus A350 of Thai Airways for its service to Bangkok TG476. This is just one of the very many services of Thai Airways during the day, and I think this is one of the earlier services, the earlier departures. We'll be having another arrival coming in, and I think there's an afternoon departure as well. Alrighty, the takeoff roll for TG476 Thai Airways Airbus A350 service to Bangkok has begun. How good was that? Great takeoff. Aha, cool. Well, thanks for this information. Good to know. Amsterdam with Singapore and then to Emirates. Yeah, cool. I get it. Yes, but yeah, it would take a long time. 26 hours is a long time to travel. Yeah, so yeah, totally understand. Hopefully, you get some good rest after your big long travel from wherever. So yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad you have traveled on such airlines, as well as you can make the 26-hour journey. That's hats off to you, mate. Hats off. All right, we have on screen Hong Kong Airlines HX17 coming in from Hong Kong on its Airbus A330-300. And there we see the touchdown, nice and smooth. You can see the thrust reversers nice and open. Right, we have Cebu Pacific, but it's not landing on runway 34R. It's running on 34L. It's landing on 34R, which is a bit too far. However, we'll be able to see it when it's up close while it's taxiing to the domestic terminal, Terminal 1. All right. For those who are A380 fans, we have an Airbus A380 of Asiana Airlines getting ready to depart. That was the first aircraft we spotted this morning, the first arrival. And right now it's just pushed back, so we should be able to see it anytime. Oh yes, well, I know a lot of people prefer transiting through Dubai, so yeah, fair enough. I'm glad you can enjoy Dubai as well, and get a great feel of the shopping, or even otherwise outside the airport. Dubai is a great place. The prices at most of the shops aren't ridiculously expensive like how we would happen to see it here in Australia, or perhaps a few other places. Hey Damien, I'm glad to know that you traveled on the Emirates A380 to London. Wow, I'm glad. I'm pretty sure you would have had this once in a lifetime experience type of stuff where you're on an A380 traveling business class, first class, and it's so comfortable, the service impeccable, etc. So yeah, I do know Emirates service could sometimes be a bit hit or miss, especially to certain countries. That's what a lot of people say, but they are working on getting that consistency right. So yeah, regardless, you can't really make everyone happy as well. Yeah, a lot of people who I've spoken to, some people they don't really like it. I've had a couple of mates in Japan, and they said Japanese airlines have a much better service than Emirates. And I would rightly agree, because the Japanese airlines they really value service, and this is the Malaysia Airlines special livery that I was talking about. Look at this, how cool is that? Get a screenshot, everyone. Get a screenshot if you would love to have one. And in the background, we have the Boeing 787-8 of Jetstar. Get a screenshot, everyone. Those of you who love this livery, you can also get a screenshot whilst this plane is on its takeoff roll. We will be filming the takeoff as well. Hey, Mr. Sango, thank you very much. Qantas 2 in about 10 minutes. Yes, we will be filming Qantas 2. That's going to be fun. All right, okay. I didn't know that Japanese Airlines, that's Japan Airlines, doesn't fly to Holland. But yeah, I think they concentrate most of their services to the Asia Pacific region, like to Australia, to most of Asia, to India, also to the Middle East, Europe. But I think to Europe they would fly to London Heathrow, I'm guessing, and perhaps Frankfurt, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I didn't really know they don't fly to Holland as such. And I do know they fly to a lot of places in the States, in the United States. We see Cebu Pacific Airbus A330-300 taxiing to Terminal 1. Let's get a bit more of it. Hey El, I saw Emirates putting that big $1 billion order for the 777-9. If you haven't already seen, maybe you can just go up and watch on CNBC. So Emirates the Emirates CEO, Sir Tim Clark, he did mention that they are holding Boeing's feet to the fire because they've already been so much delayed with the Boeing 777-9. They were supposed to have about 110 at this moment, but they have none. And then the deliveries won't commence until about the second quarter of 2027. So you see, it's a long time coming for them. And that's the reason they are refurbishing most of their 777-300 and 777-200 that they usually fly to Washington as well as to Miami. Oh, thanks, LA. Good to know that they fly to Frankfurt or Dusseldorf. And let's get ready for the Malayan Tiger livery of Malaysia Airlines. We are also having an arrival, like I mentioned earlier in this stream, as well as in the streams from the previous days. Qantas's flight service to India, to Bangalore, is on a One World livery. And what you see on screen right now is the One World livery of Qantas coming in as QF68 Airbus A330, again with a One World livery. Anyone who knows it, please let me know. Why is it only a One World livery Airbus A330 to India? What exactly is going on? Why so? I've never seen them using a One World livery to Manila or perhaps to Denpasar. There has to be something around it, right? Cannot be a coincidence every single time. Or perhaps it is, or maybe this One World livery is configured differently for the long flight to India. I think almost 11-hour flight, 10 hour and 40 minutes to be precise. All right, we are getting ready for the departure of the Malayan Tiger livery of Malaysia Airlines 9M MTG Airbus A330-300. Get ready, guys, get ready. Oh, Boeing going to help my army? What's that? What did that mean? Going to help the army, lol. All right, cool, LA. L, thank you very much. All right, on takeoff roll. The Malayan Tiger livery. Sadly, because of the bushes, we can't really get the whole takeoff view, but I'm pretty sure you all would have enjoyed that one. The Malayan Tiger livery of Malaysia Airlines. That was fun. That was fun watching. All right, we are waiting a few arrivals. We are waiting some heavy departures as well. We are just going to get Asiana Airlines in the frame right now. It's going to be on the screen. I do see it behind the bushes. So let's see. Let's see how it works out. We also have an A380 arrival coming in. And here you are. Asiana Airlines for its flight to Seoul. Alrighty, let's pan our attention to the A380 just coming in. And that's Qantas to another A380. There we have it, two on the screen right now. How many of you saw that one, the Airbus A380? And we have Finnair. Of course, it's a Qantas leased plane, as you all know. So we have a couple of heavy departures right now. Let's wait and watch.
Right, let's go for a walk. I'll wait till you take off.
Oh, okay, L. Yeah, Qantas don't fly much over there. They do fly to London Heathrow though. However, so yeah, that's the last. I mean, that's the limit to which they fly London. But of course, with a stopover at Singapore and then another service via Perth. TL, are you leaving? If you're leaving, yeah, have a great Saturday night. Have a great time, yeah. And I hope you have a great Sunday morning tomorrow. It's already almost Sunday noon time for us. We just have another great Sunday for us. It's nice and sunny right now. Hey, Damien. Yep. I totally agree with you, Damien. We have a couple of arrivals as well. We'll be having Singapore Airlines coming in anytime as well as Singapore Airlines departing. So let's have a look. I think Singapore Airlines A380 before it departs, it's still going to be about an hour out. But yeah, I think we should get the arrival anytime. Yes, L. So they aren't exactly flying to Finland. They would either fly to Singapore or somewhere like that, because that Finland plane is leased by Qantas. So literally they just use it on one of the routes, but recently I got to know that they're also planning to use it on the route to Honolulu. So sadly those planes just work around this place over here. And we have ANA coming in from Tokyo Haneda. It was a nice one, and let's get ready for the departure of the A380 Asiana Airlines. All right, L. Yep. So what I was saying is the Finland plane, the Finn airplane, it doesn't really go to Finland. It just travels to Bangkok and Singapore and vice versa. They would be traveling to Honolulu, I think, on later in the year. But yeah, as of now, they don't really fly because it's just wet leased by Qantas. So that's about it. Alrighty, we have the takeoff roll begun for Asiana Airlines. And there you go. Welcome everyone. Welcome to all who have just joined the live stream. We have on screen Asiana Airlines A380 service to Seoul engine. That was a nice takeoff roll, isn't it? Hey, yes, L, it is sort of a hire, but a wet lease includes where the airline leases also the pilots as well as the crew from the airline that they've leased the plane. So that was a wet lease. I do know that towards end of 2025, the wet lease turns into a dry lease or a damp lease, either one of them. I'm not too sure. But if you go on the Qantas website, you will be able to see it up over there. Oh yeah, Finland to Australia, quite long. What I think the best way to travel from Finland to Australia would be to use the services from Finland to maybe London Heathrow to Dubai, Dubai to Sydney, or perhaps London Heathrow to Singapore, Singapore to Sydney, or perhaps London Heathrow to Delhi, Delhi to Sydney, or perhaps London Heathrow to Tokyo Haneda or Tokyo Narita, and then to Sydney. So yeah, you see, you have a lot of options, but yeah, it is regardless a very long flight. So it's going to be a tiring one. Oh yeah, Ryanair to USA. I can totally get what you say, mate. I can totally get it. All right, let's have a look at Finnair on its departure roll. Okay, what do we have more? Sydney to Perth on the Airbus A330-200. Just taxiing to runway 34L. What we see arriving is another Melbourne to Sydney service, UF 430 on Qantas, Boeing 737-800. So see, we keep saying lazy Sunday morning, but we have a lot of departures, and now we have Delta. I think this is DL42 to Los Angeles on the Airbus A350-900. And we see in the background Perth service on its takeoff roll. We will catch that one. Whoa, we almost got the rotation out of there. All right, so that was DL40. Yes, Rhine is okay when you follow the rules in Europe. Have you flown on Ryanair ever before? I've never flown on Ryanair. I've always heard about it on TV, on Instagram, on the news. How is it? How is it to go? Like, have you had a good experience, or maybe you maybe a not so pleasant one? Let us know. And we have DL40 ready for departure. Oh, in the back, kids want to see the ho ho ho. Are they excited for Christmas? Probably they are waiting around to spend their Christmas holidays, the lovely winter holidays, Christmas holidays. I hope your kids can, get some great Christmas time off. Okay, I think this is going to be a departure first, perhaps because the Dash 8-400 doesn't require too much of runway, and it's only then that Delta would be allowed to come onto the runway. But I also see a plane in the back, so most likely they would let this departure take place first and then get the arrivals out, and then Delta would be taking off to Los Angeles. And now our focus is on Delta. Wow, wow. You flew Ryanair. You've flown Ryanair 14 times, mate. 14 times return. Mate, I'm telling you, that's some serious commitment, flying 14 times on Ryanair. Based on what I've heard, it looks like people don't really want to fly Ryanair at all whatsoever. But 14 times is commitment, mate, I tell you. Welcome everyone, to everyone joining the stream right now. We've been streaming from early this morning, and I'm glad you have joined the stream. I was trying to catch a plane, but yeah, it seems like couldn't really get it into the frame. But regardless, let's get ready for Delta's departure, DL40 to Los Angeles. All right, takeoff roll has begun. Everyone, if you are enjoying the stream, just a reminder, please hit the thumbs up button. It helps us, keeps us motivated to bring the live streams to you all. We live stream every Sunday morning unless we are out of the country. Please let us know how you're liking the stream. What we see on screen, DL40 on its way to Los Angeles. Alrighty, we have Jetstar just taxiing. Alright, it's dead set 11 o'clock here in Sydney, Australia. I hope everyone's having a great Sunday morning. Welcome everyone to joining the stream. Thank you very much. Please hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. We are here at Sydney Airport almost every other weekend. We've just announced earlier today we will be having permanent live streams every Sunday morning unless we are out of the country on overseas trips, etc. However, to make up for the lost time when we are outside of the country, we will be getting a lot more shorter live streams during the week. And since we will be off from the third week of December for the 2 weeks following, we will be getting a couple of shorter live streams by the second week of December for all of you. Alrighty, we have an arrival coming in. Adelaide to Sydney service on the Boeing 737-800. That's Qantas QF736, registered as PHVYJ. Let's get ready for Jetstar service to Adelaide on its Airbus A350-200 LR. Line up on runway 34 left. We have LATAM Airlines Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner that's just pushed back, I suppose. We have Air Asia X that has pushed back and is taxiing, should be at the runway in some time. It's 11:05. We will be getting some plane action for maybe about the next 1 hour. So if you have just joined and haven't subscribed, if you're enjoying, please hit the like button, please subscribe to the channel, and I hope you all join us in future live streams. Next Sunday morning we plan to stream at 6 a.m. Wow, that was a nice rotation for us. And now, as you see, no departures, no arrivals, nice and quiet. This is one of those lull periods at Sydney Airport. You can also see the water is nice and calm, but it seems to be more of a high tide because the water is covering most of the sand. Usually there'll be people walking around and stuff like that in the sand, but not today because of the tide. We also have the old air traffic control tower, and here you are, you can see it. Welcome everyone who has just joined the stream right now. Welcome. I hope you all are having a great Sunday morning. To our viewers from the United States, Europe, a very good evening to everyone. I think in Europe it's going to be around late night, very early morning, past midnight. So I hope you all are having a great time. Hope you all are prepping up well for Christmas. To all my viewers from Sydney, from New South Wales, Queensland, Western Australia, the Northern Territory, South Australia, Victoria and Tasmania, a very warm welcome to all of you. I hope your Christmas preparations are going well. What we are doing right now is just awaiting a few departures and arrivals. We have nothing as of now, a few small arrivals coming in from Wagga Wagga by Qantas Link, I would say, not Qantas Link. We do have a couple of departures, but it's going to be a while before they even end up taxiing and just, taxi passed by us. So let's see. We have about an hour more to be filming before we end for today. It is a relatively short stream, should have been about a 6-hour stream, but sadly it's just going to be about 4 hours, and that's because we had to delay our live stream for 2 hours because of the rain, the thunderstorm this morning. However, stay tuned, subscribe to our channel. We will be coming with more streams in the following weeks, as well as we will be streaming a lot of, I would say a few shorter live streams in December. Alrighty, we are just getting a few arrivals now. QLK 2222 Wagga Wagga to Sydney on the Dash 8 400. no much action happening. This is one of those lull periods at Sydney Airport where just before the departure madness, it's going to be nice and quiet for some time. So pretty much a very short and sweet sort of a break for the air traffic controllers. We do have D7223 Air Asia X Sydney to Kuala Lumpur, which is just around the corner, should be taxiing and will be taxiing past by us shortly. Hey El, I have never been to Holland ever. In fact, I would say I've never been to any European destination as of now. However, I just want to let you know and everyone else know as well. I did mention this in our previous live streams that I plan to travel on the Boeing 747-400 of Lufthansa. It flies a regular service to a few Asian cities like Bengaluru in India to Frankfurt, as well as Singapore, Changi to Frankfurt. And I want to make the trip to Frankfurt only because I want to travel on the 747-400. So hopefully before the 747-400s are retired by Lufthansa. I do know the 747-8 is going to be in service for quite a lot more time, but the 747-400 is where, you know, they may retire it in the next year or so. I have no idea, but you know, I just want to do that. So maybe that will be the first time ever that I end up being in the European continent. And here you are, D7223 Air Asia to Kuala Lumpur. So we have Air Asia X taxiing all the way to the start of runway 34L, and then it should be cleared for takeoff for its flight to Kuala Lumpur. That's D7223 on the Airbus A330-300. Hey Andrew, good evening, good morning. Just past midnight and you're watching the great stream. Wow, thank you Andrew. Thanks for your kind words. I hope you're staying nice and warm, Andrew. I know it's quite cold over there. I did hear from one of my managers at work just the other day. So they are Brits, they live over here in Sydney, Australia, and he did mention that it was quite cold, but you know, it's always better than the hot weather over here. Just a couple of weeks ago, I did get sunburnt just because I didn't apply sunscreen and, you know, didn't wear a hat. So yeah, hopefully you're staying nice and warm. And Andrew, I hope you're having a great time. Have you prepared for Christmas yet? I hope so. If you haven't, you still have quite a lot of time, Andrew. It's only Saturday night for you. I hope you're having a great Saturday evening. Hopefully you're having a great time with your friends and family. Say hi to everyone, and I hope you have a great Sunday morning. Thanks for watching the stream. Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming on this live stream. We plan to live stream. We just made an announcement earlier today that unless I'm out of the country, I will be streaming every Sunday morning over here. That's 6 a.m. Sydney time as the curfew gets over and the curfew ends. And I think that should be around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in England. So please make sure you join us on our future streams as well, Andrew. Andrew, we have British Airways flight that would depart to Singapore. That's later in the afternoon, or else I could have dedicated that departure to you. I usually do afternoon streams as well. I did it last week, but this week we came here early this morning. We couldn't really stream much because of the rain. However, we will be off in the next hour or so. But Andrew, thank you very much. I hope you enjoy whatever you see on screen. We try catching a lot of departures and arrivals. We post a lot of short form and long form videos, and we will continue to do so. So hopefully you're having a great time, Andrew. Thank you once again, and enjoy the stream. Enjoy it. And let's get ready for Air Asia departure to Kuala Lumpur. All right, the takeoff roll has begun. Can you hear the spooling of the engines? Get ready, guys, get ready. We have the departure of Air Asia D7223 flight to Kuala Lumpur on its Airbus A330-300. And back to spotting the arrivals. We have another Adelaide service coming in from Adelaide, Jetstar JQ761 on its Airbus A321-200. Alright guys, as you see, no departures, no arrivals. You do see a tiny speck of light, looks like dust, but it's light. And that's going to be another aircraft coming in quite far as of now, JQ608 from Melbourne Avalon Airport. All right, Elle, thank you very much. Thanks for joining the stream. Thanks for being so participative in the stream. It's really nice having you. Thank you very much, Elle. Appreciate your presence. You have a great time. Say hi to your family and friends from all of us. Thanks for joining the stream and hope to see you in the next stream next week. Take care of yourself. Good night, Elle.
How you manage it though?
All right, we have Garuda Indonesia GS715 to Denpasar on its retro livery, getting ready for departure. That's going to be a good one. We should be catching that around. But before that, Jetstar JQ608 that you see on screen coming in from Melbourne Avalon Airport. Okay, we have a few heavies coming in. A Bangkok service from Thai Airways. But before that, let's spot this one. The retro livery of Garuda Indonesia. You look at how it's even written on the side of the plane, Indonesian Airways. We also have Singapore Airlines coming in. From Singapore, we have DHL coming in, but I think they will be landing on runway 34R, so we won't get a closer look at it. But however, whilst it's taxiing, we may get a pretty much satisfactory look at that one. All right, a bit of activity picking up. We have Garuda Indonesia. We also have a couple of arrivals. Thai Airways arrival, Singapore Airlines arrival. Yep, so getting a busy. I'm getting a bit busy again right now. So let's see. Let's see how it goes. We haven't seen Singapore Airlines A380 coming in for takeoff yet. I think they aren't ready. In fact, it's quite early to be even expecting them because they usually depart around 12 p.m. So to account for the taxi as well should be around 12:30. And we have Thai Airways. What a smooth landing on that one. Nice and shiny A350-900. Yeah, find the background. You can see the DHL, I suppose, which is arriving on runway 34 right. However, what we are waiting for is Garuda, Indonesia. Let's still try getting whatever we can of DHL. Alright, we hear the engines spooling, and that is Garuda, Indonesia on its retro livery for its flight to Denpasar. Let's get to it up close as it taxis past by us. Hopefully we can see the rotation, but let's see. If we are lucky enough, we should be getting it. So we weren't quite lucky, but that's okay. We have the Singapore Airlines Airbus A380 coming in from Singapore Changi International Airport. This is a departure at about 12:45 a.m. from Singapore every early morning at Singapore, which is about 3:45 Sydney time during the summer. So glad to be spotting two Singapore Airlines A380 arriving today. The first one, we just filmed it on a camera and it's going to be up on our channel by tomorrow. It landed in the rain and you could see the nice condensation, and this is another A380 service to Sydney. That was a nice one, and now we have DHL, which is taxiing. Like I said, it would land on runway 34R, which it did. We did capture it from far off. However, now it's going to be taxiing to the cargo terminal. The best workplace sticker. I don't really see anything. Maybe it's something nice and small on the aircraft. But yeah, that's about it. But we'll leave it at over here because we do have United coming in right now. We were able to spot it on screen right now, just behind the bushes, emerging from just behind the bushes on its Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. Whilst we await for the takeoff, I hope you all are having a great time, a great start to the Sunday. What are you all doing? Are you going to be at home today? Are you all going out on the sunny Sunday, which may turn into a cloudy and maybe rainy day later on? As for the weather, it doesn't seem like it's going to rain, but we do have a bit of isolated thunderstorms warning, but it doesn't look like it's going to materialize. So I guess the remainder of the day is going to be sunny based on what we see right now. Nice and sunny skies. We do see a bit of dark clouds far off in the background, as you can see on the screen. However, nothing much more. The Sydney to Los Angeles service is what we see taxiing to runway 34, but it's got to make way for Virgin Australia Hobart service, Hobart to Sydney on VA 1531, which will arrive first before United's departure to Los Angeles. We have Cathay Pacific CAX 162 getting ready for its departure to Hong Kong on its Boeing 777-300. It's just pushed back but hasn't started taxiing yet, so it'll take a while before we see that one on the channel, on the live stream to be precise. And let's look at the shiny United Airlines Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner as it turns on to runway 34L for its 14.5-hour flight to Los Angeles. All right, engine spooling, takeoff roll has begun. I hope you all are enjoying this live stream, everyone. Welcome, welcome. I hope you all are enjoying what we see on screen as United Boeing 787-9 service to Los Angeles. If you are liking the stream, if you are enjoying it, please hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel too. Wow, look at the clouds. Look at the black, dark lining. I know people say every cloud has a silver lining or something like that. But what about this? This is literally a black, dark lining. These are definitely going to cause some troublesome rain and thunderstorms later in the evening, and maybe they are the reason why the weather forecast does say isolated thunderstorms. All right, we have an arrival coming in right now. That is Jetstar coming in from Ballina on the Airbus A320-200, flying with Pride livery. Let's see if we can spot the flying with Pride livery, because the flying with Pride livery is quite colorful on the Jetstar silver base. So what happens is it's not too visible unless it would have been like a white background. So that's the reason a lot of people end up missing out on the livery. So let's see if we can spot the flying with pride livery, unless you're way too close to the aircraft. All right, I can see it with my naked eye. Seems to be a bit colorful just by the print of Jetstar, but doesn't look too visible as such, as well as flying with pride written all across the fuselage from behind the wing. But again, yeah, it's not too visible as such, probably just because of the base silver color. Okay, finally we have American Airlines AA-73 Boeing 777-300ER coming in from Los Angeles. And like I mentioned earlier on the stream, that a lot of the airlines coming in from the United States happen to come in almost in sequential order, one after another. But today I didn't happen to see American Airlines, and now that we see it, as I check it on Flight Radar 24, it seems to be the scheduled departure from Los Angeles was at 10:45 p.m. However, the actual departure was 2:04 a.m. So that's a 3 hour and 19-minute delay. However, I'm glad that they are arriving Sydney right now about 11:39. It's 11:37 at the moment, but 11:39 is what they'll arrive, whilst they had to arrive at 9 o'clock. So that's about 2 hours and 40 minutes. So yeah, they did make up for about half an hour, I would say. Almost half an hour. 2 hours, and instead of 3 hours and 20 minutes, they reach you in 2 hours and 40 minutes. So I think I would say like 40 minutes, 2 hours and 40 minutes, they've made up for it. Yeah. As long as everyone is safe and safety has been prioritized, well, no complaints whatsoever. Everything else can wait, work can wait. Did you see that nice glimmering wing, nice shiny wing in the sun? That was great. American Airlines, Boeing 777-300ER. Alrighty guys, we have half an hour, less than half an hour on the stream left. We do have quite a lot of arrivals coming in. We have Virgin Australia coming in from Brisbane. In fact, we have 2 Virgin Australia flights coming in from Brisbane. Then we have Virgin Australia coming in from Gold Coast. The star of the show, China Eastern Airlines, coming in from Hangzhou on its Airbus A330-200 with a Sky Team livery. That's going to be a good one. Hey Daniel, the American Airlines flight is from Los Angeles. I did mention earlier that American Airlines usually arrives around the same time as United and Qantas, and all the North American flights around that time. But American Airlines was delayed. It departed Los Angeles at 2:04 a.m. instead of 10:45 p.m. So you see a 3 hour and 19-minute delay. However, it's reached over here with a 2 hour and 40-minute delay. So they've covered up for 40 minutes. So yeah, American Airlines, it was missing in action today, but lucky to have caught it regardless. So that's a good thing. All right, let's have a look at the beach. Not much happening. And there's not much happening because you see the water is almost touching the trees, the bushes. Usually when it's low tide, you have plenty much to roam around, but yeah, nothing that way. And as we speak, we have an arrival. Qantas, Melbourne to Sydney, A321-200 XLR. That's the A321-200 XLR Qantas coming in from Melbourne. We have a few arrivals coming. I think we should be having a couple of departures as well, but let's see. We'll also wait for Scoot Airlines. It's going to arrive in the next 15 minutes on its Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. A lot of people have told me they love the Scoot livery and just the usual livery, the yellow and white color. Not even the Pokemon livery or any other livery of Scoot, which is a special livery. So hopefully, we get that one and everything goes well. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to everyone who has just joined the live stream. We are waiting for some plane spotting action. As of now, there's nothing going on whatsoever. No departures, no arrivals, but we are waiting for a couple. Oh, okay, it seems to be the departure from the other way around. China Southern Airlines. How ironic is that we just spoke about having no departures and arrivals, and then we get to know there's a runway change. As you see, this is the first aircraft after the runway change that we've got. China Southern Airlines should be off to Guangzhou. And indeed, it is off to Guangzhou. Airbus A350-900. Alrighty. That means now we've got to be ready for aircraft departures and arrivals from this side. That is runway 16R is in use at this stage. Okay, we have Cathay Pacific on runway 16R right now. Just started its takeoff roll, CX162, Sydney to Hong Kong. I can hear the engines spooling up. That's a Boeing 777-300 Let's get ready. It's going to be a nice one to spot. And here you are. Look at those dark clouds. They are like those troublemakers that we meet everywhere in life. How good is that? A nice departure, CX161, I suppose it was. Sorry, CX162 to Hong Kong on its Boeing 777-300. As you can see, making its way. And let's get ready for more. So now we see Virgin Australia on the other side. That's going to arrive on runway 16L. Alright, we see some horse action right now. They would have loved to enjoy more in the sand, but there's not much that they were able to do. We have Rex that's already rotated early because they don't really need much of the runway, considering they are small aircraft and they would be quite light too. Let's get back to the horse section. Alrighty, we have another arrival, Brisbane to Sydney, like I had mentioned earlier, but we won't able to see any because they will be turning off behind the bushes on the left hand side towards the air traffic control tower, because there's a taxiway point over there, and then they will be making the departure to Terminal 1. So let's await the arrival aircraft. We will, however, able to spot Scoot because Scoot, being a Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, would be heavy, and we would able to see it coming past until taxiway point around here, and then making its way all the way back to Terminal 1, and likewise for other aircraft too, for the heavy aircraft, I would say. Look at those dark clouds. They seriously concern me for some reason, because we are having a great day, and then these clouds, look at them, look at the lining. They seriously seem to be troublemakers whatsoever. But I'm glad it's not much, just a few of them here and there. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are just awaiting a few heavy arrivals. This is the Dash 8-400 of Qantas Link. And we will get back to our view. Hey Chef, welcome back to the stream. Welcome. I hope you're having a great Sunday. Yeah, you were being missed because the Dreamliners, we spotted quite a lot of Dreamliners earlier today. We had a couple of departures, arrivals. We had arrival of Jetstar's Dreamliners. We had a departure QF1330 Sydney to Sydney departure on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner of Qantas VHZNA. It seemed to be that it's gone to the Antarctica and should be back. But yeah, apart from that, yeah, we did have quite a lot. And to welcome you, there's Scoot coming on its Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner shortly, so we'll be able to see that one too. I was just about to pan, but it seems to be Finnair's just turning around, banking, so might as well just get that before we pan around once again, getting ready for the next departure or arrival, as we will happen to spot it on runway 16R. Okay, you see behind the bushes there's Qantas, and I think it will just turn off, or not too sure what's happening. Okay, it seems to be it's on its way for takeoff, so it might as well just go to runway 16L. Okay, seems to be we have an arrival of some sorts. Okay, that's the Sky Team livery that we spoke about earlier of the Chinese Airlines. Sorry, was it Chinese? I totally forgot, but regardless, let's have a look. Hey Jeff, we did have Malaysia Airlines, which came with its Malayan Tiger livery. earlier today. We couldn't capture its arrival because it was raining, but I did spot it when before I would set up my camera. However, we were lucky to capture the Malayan Tiger livery depart from Sydney. So we were lucky, and right now you see on screen the SkyTeam livery. The SkyTeam livery of China Eastern that's coming from Hangzhou. So how good is that? Yeah. Apart from that, not really very many special liveries as such. Yeah, I did miss out quite a lot of planes earlier because of the rain. But like you said, Jeff, the SkyTeam livery is taxing now. It is China Eastern, yes. And yeah, the weather went from raining to sunny. Yes, it did cause us to start our stream 2 hours late. But regardless, I'm happy we could still bring this live stream to you all. Hey Duncan 6670, the runway right now just changed, I think about 10 minutes ago. It changed from runway 34L and 34R for takeoffs and landings to runway 16R and 16L for takeoffs and landing. All right, we see Jetstar. But then let's have a closer look at the SkyTeam livery of China Eastern. Hello Jackie, hello, welcome back to the stream. We are almost towards the end of the stream. That's what I would say, because currently we've been here from just before 6 a.m. in the morning. We had to just give up 2 hours of our time because of the thunderstorm that came in. However, everything's now quite good with the weather, so nothing to complain of. Hey Jeff, the China Eastern is coming from Hangzhou. It's not coming from Auckland yet. I think the Auckland service will depart later on and then maybe come later in the evening. I'm not too sure how that works, but I did read about it on the news. But yeah, this one has come in from Hangzhou. I think the Auckland service may come in later in the day. That's what I feel. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think last Sunday, when we were doing the afternoon stream, that's when we did happen to see the China Eastern service coming from Auckland. So if I'm not mistaken, I would suppose that it takes place later in the day rather than, at this stage. We are just around late morning, 1 minute before it's afternoon time, 11:59. Okay, for everyone, Jeff, here you are, the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner of Scoot. How good is that? Lucky to even spot the thrust reversers deployed at this stage so far into the landing. They should be just switched off now, and there you go. Okay, it's getting a bit windy too right now. But I'm glad we could perform most of our live stream without much wind whatsoever. Even right now the wind is picking up, not damaging, but regardless, it's picking up. Hopefully it's not going to be too much. Let us see if we can spot a few more planes, and then we should. Hey Duncan, you want to see the Falcon 7X? Not sure if they are scheduled at this stage. Do you think so? Have you seen it on the app, Flight Radar or Flight Aware? If they are going to be taking off or arriving anytime now, I'm happy to do it for you. Oh, Damien, that was a good one. A horse walked into the bar and the barman asked, "Why the long face?" How good is that, Damien? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for lightening up everyone's Sunday this Sunday afternoon. It's early afternoon, 12 o'clock noon time exactly. How good is that? And we have Vietnam Airlines to Ho Chi Minh City on its Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. We have two 787-9 Dreamliners in frame now. And here we are. Bye bye. We did spot Vietnam Airlines coming in earlier today. I'm glad we can say bye to it as well. Bye bye. See you later. And welcome to everyone from Singapore Changi International Airport. And to all Australians, welcome home. Just like how they say it in Singapore. Alrighty, Duncan, here you are, in the background. All for you, Duncan. Yay, yes, happy. I am happy, and we are happy at Sydney Airport Aviation to get the Falcon for you. Thank you very much, Duncan, and thank you very much for joining. Appreciate you joining the stream today for us. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a very good afternoon to all of you joining from Sydney. If you are joining from the United States, a very good evening. I hope you all have had a great filling dinner and a satisfying one as well at that. If you are joining from Los Angeles, that is the western coast of the United States, I wish you a very good evening. It's early evening to late afternoon for you in Los Angeles. I hope you all are having a great time and a great weekend as well. To all my Los Angeles viewers, please stay tuned to our channel. We will be filming from Los Angeles sometime next year at Westchester, just outside In-N-Out Burger. When we are there, I hope you all come and say hi to us. We will also be filming from Tokyo Haneda to get the special liveries. Tokyo Haneda will be coming anytime next year. We will keep you informed to get all the latest news, to get all the latest streams and all the latest videos from us at Sydney Airport Aviation. Please subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon so that you get notified every single time we are online, every single time we post, every single time we stream. Cathay Pacific, once again from Hong Kong, another service. Like I said, Cathay Pacific has been one of the oldest international operators here at Sydney International Airport. And I'm glad that they are getting back to their usual self that they once were prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. How good is that? Flaps up, slats up. And Duncan, if you see in the background, you can see the Falcon that has taken off. And the wind is picking up, but it's getting a bit windy. Hopefully it's not too much. And since the Falcon is going to be too small right now to spot, we are moving to Cathay Pacific. So, but before that, let's have another one. Canada, Air Canada, flight service to Vancouver. What a lovely takeoff on the Boeing 777-200. Flight service to Vancouver, Canada. But let's get a nice frame over here. Cathay Pacific Boeing 777-300. With the horses in the foreground, with the ATC tower in the background, the best ATC tower in the world, or perhaps one of the best. How good is that? And let's await a few more departures and arrivals. We should be having Singapore Airlines departing anytime. I don't really see it. Transponders have still not been switched on, so I am guessing it would be a while before we see any departure as such. We do have United Airlines Boeing 777-200ER getting ready for departure and taxi from runway 16 now, so we will try catching that one. It's almost time for us to end the stream, but we'll just extend it a bit more so that you all can see the heavy departures right now. It seems to be we are a bit late with the departures as such, but that's not a problem. We will stay here a few more minutes so that we can capture all of those departures that we usually capture on our morning streams. And it looks like the action has just begun now for everyone here in Sydney. Now that it's confirmed it's going to be the rest of a nice sunny day. People have got out their boats and their skis and probably whatever else they have just to enjoy this nice sunny Sunday. No one would have thought it's going to be a sunny Sunday this morning when we had the thunderstorm, as well as looking at those dark clouds that are troublemakers. Hopefully they just disperse and they don't really cause too much trouble for the rest of the day for anyone. But as of now, there is not much action, but we are awaiting a bit of action regardless. All right, we have Philippine Airlines, Airbus A330-300, Sydney to Manila. We will be looking at it anytime now. All right, in the background, we have a Qantas Boeing 737-800 and Philippine Airlines. We have Air New Zealand black livery taxiing for its flight to Auckland. We have China Eastern Airlines, Airbus A350-900 just holding off runway 16 now, making way for the Melbourne to Sydney service of Virgin Australia. And then we should be able to see all these flights. Hey Jeff, I would love to film from Dubai Airport. Now, to film from Dubai Airport, there's not much that you can you get in a spot. You can spot properly, but you can see a lot of planes taking off and landing, and that's what I plan to do at Dubai Airport. So hopefully I can do that one for you all as well shortly, probably early next year, early to mid next year. But yes, I can get that. And yes, right, like you rightly said, catch all the A380 liveries over there. Yes, that's the best place to catch all of those A380s without missing any of them. So hopefully very soon. Yes, I plan to do Dubai, I plan to do Tokyo Haneda, as well as I plan to do Los Angeles World Airports, which is just outside In-N-Out Airport at Westchester. Hey Jeff, yeah, sure. I will film United Airlines to Houston. Yes, I always love filming United that comes from Houston, and it is also going to be great to film United when it is off to Houston. Why not? It would be lovely to spot United to Houston. In fact, for one, I always love the carriers from the United States because it's quite a long journey. The moment you take off from Sydney, you turn right or you turn left based on the traffic that's in play, and then you just have the sea and the ocean until you reach mainland United States. So it's always a pleasure for me to do that. And yeah, sure, let's capture United to Houston. It's going to be great. Alrighty, we are now getting ready for other departures. Oh yes, Jeff, yes, it's a Dreamliner. Thank you very much, Damien. Thank you very much for joining. I hope you have a great lunch. Say hi to your family and friends for all of us. Have a great lunch. Take care of yourself. And Damien, see you around next week, 6 o'clock, weather permitting. 6 o'clock in the morning, catching the first arrivals and departures. Will catch the peak morning madness. It's going to be the last day of November and it's going to be pre-Christmas. So, yep, hopefully you enjoy. Have a great week and see you, Damien, next Sunday morning. Sydney to Melbourne service, QF439 on the Boeing 737. Come on guys, if y'all are enjoying this video, if y'all are enjoying this live stream, give it a like, subscribe to our channel, join us on other live streams every other weekend. And then we have another aircraft coming in, Virgin Australia. Let's get ready, let's get ready. We have a few departures to the United States. Hello, Jonathan. Hello. Welcome to the stream once again. I'm glad you have joined the stream. And we have China Eastern A350-900. Glad to have this takeoff. Looks so good. Very nice. I'm glad we could catch that one, China Eastern, and now getting ready for the other departures. All right, Air New Zealand, Boeing 777-300ER, black livery. The whole black plane, it's a black livery. I know a lot of people love the black livery, the all black livery. I don't know how much the plane gets heated up whilst flying during the day, you know, just because black attracts heat. Going to be a bit crazy. So pretty sure it's going to come now. It has started its takeoff roll, and New Zealand's Sydney to Auckland service on the Boeing 777-300ER. And New Zealand, the black livery, once again mentioning it, black livery. And we should be ready for it anytime. It's on its takeoff roll. I can hear the engines. And there you are. How good is that? How good is that? A black livery, nice and fun. Need to see more planes this way, you know, painted with nice colors, painted with colors that are quite unique. It's always fun. Alrighty, let's get ready for departure action. We are going to have more departure action shortly. Hey Jeff, if I were to fly from Sydney to Auckland, I'm not too sure. I probably would fly in New Zealand because I've flown Qantas once from India to, that's from Delhi to Sydney via Melbourne. So I've flown Qantas, but I've never ever flown in New Zealand. So I would love to fly in New Zealand. So even to Auckland or maybe Christchurch, whatever, I would prefer trying Air New Zealand for that matter, because that's an airline I've never tried. I always want to try new airlines, but it's way too hard to try out different airlines when you're one of the frequent travelers, because you end up missing out on a lot of benefits like frequent flyer benefits and miles and stuff like that. Again, you've got to be like a bit faithful to one airline and one alliance as such. But yeah, regardless, but not totally into that frequent flyer thing, but it pays off at times when you really travel frequently. Jeff, the Qantas experience, I would put it this way. What I have noticed myself personally, as well as what I have noticed from my friends and colleagues speaking. So this is how I would put it. Flight services of Qantas from anywhere from Australia to, let's just say, let's just talk about Sydney. Flight services of Qantas from Sydney to Los Angeles, Dallas Fort Worth, Manila, Tokyo Haneda. So the places that these places, they are quite high in demand. There's a lot of competition from other airlines as well, and these are the services where you really get some exceptional service from the flight crew, I would say. However, the flight that I took from Delhi in India to Sydney, it was supposed to be a direct flight, Delhi to Sydney. However, we get to know about 2 or 3 hours before departure that the Delhi to Sydney flight has been cancelled, and all the passengers are being put on one single flight between Delhi to Melbourne. And that wasn't good news, but regardless, you couldn't really do much. Of course, I will give them a benefit of doubt, because this happened just early after the reopening of the borders after COVID. And back then, we were put on the flight to Melbourne, which is fine. Airbus A330-300, yep, not one of my favorite flights, because it could be quite cramped compared to the others. But regardless, no complaints whatsoever. But the service was lacking, no doubt about that. The food, I am telling you, Jeff, you would enjoy instant noodles on a budget carrier. Perhaps Jetstar you buy, or perhaps you just buy instant noodles on one of the airlines like Scoot or whatever. But the food was one of the worst that I've had, traveling on so many airlines so many years. But yeah, that was one of the worst. Service wasn't good. Just before arrival at Melbourne, there was a bit of turbulence, which is fine. The plane was bouncing up and down, but you can't really blame the pilots or anyone for that. That's a natural thing. But as we arrive at the gate, seatbelt signs off, everything, and then there's someone that comes up on the public address system, and they are like, "Please have a seat. Fasten your seatbelts, because we need to reverse the aircraft, because it seems to be the aircraft moved a bit too further for the jet bridge to connect." So that was a bit strange. So yeah, that was a small thing, not much happening. So eventually I didn't really like the service whatsoever. It was a crazy thing. However, my connecting flight from Melbourne to Sydney was the total opposite. Just a snack, but the snack was so good. The drink was good. It was just a cold beverage as such, but I enjoyed it. It was nice. And the service is, night and day apart. So the thing is, I would say there are certain sectors of Qantas which aren't really the ones you would prefer. However, if I have to travel domestic, no doubt I would prefer traveling Qantas, given the price is right and just because of their service. Or perhaps, sometimes we see Qantas having the same prices as Jetstar or Virgin Australia. In that case, I would just select any other airline. Yes, Jeff, Qantas really needs to have competition, because Qantas very well knows that there's not much competition for them here in Australia. Even if you closely monitor any of the arrivals or departures, what you exactly see is any arrival coming in from Seoul Incheon is followed by a Qantas departure or Qantas arrival. any departure or arrival from the United States, like from Los Angeles or Dallas Fort Worth. I don't think any American Airlines flies from Dallas Fort Worth to Sydney, but any American arrivals at that time is followed by a Qantas arrival at that time. So Qantas literally tries matching up with the time so that they can pull customers away from the rival airline. However, they don't really do much in terms of service as such, and that is something they have lost out to airlines like the Middle Eastern carrier, especially Qatar Airways at this stage, because Qatar Airways flies VA1 and VA2 as Virgin Australia. Of course, Qantas has the partnership with Emirates, so they don't really lose out on much. But sadly, Qantas really needs to pull up its game. As Australia's airline, I would say Qantas is a good airline domestically, but they don't really stand much when they are compared to other global airlines, especially Emirates, Qatar Airways. You take in Etihad, Singapore Airlines. They are the airlines who literally connect the world. I can get it, their operation is quite different, where they use the hub and spoke model and stuff like that. But regardless, I wish Qantas could have done much better, because at this stage what you see is flying out of Australia is quite expensive, but that wouldn't be the case had it to be an airline like Emirates or any other airline for that matter, because what they really do is they quite aggressively go after new routes. But Qantas is not the type. They are literally trying to just gain a market share without having that service in there. So that is the difference actually. All right, Sydney to Hong Kong service on the Airbus A330-300 of Qantas. There you are. Alrighty, next flight to take off will be Sydney to Tokyo Haneda, Japan on the Airbus A330 of Qantas QF59, followed by United Airlines UA100 Sydney to Houston on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. And Jeff, that one is for you. We also have Sydney to San Francisco that follows soon after on the Boeing 777-200ER. We then have Thai Airways. Oh, sorry, not Thai Airways. Thai Airways has just arrived. We have Sydney to Manila, QF19. We have Sydney to Manila, 5J40, Cebu Pacific. Okay, here you go. Here you go, Jeff. What I was just talking about. Sydney to Manila, there's Cebu Pacific, and at the same time, there's Sydney to Manila. This is what I was talking about. They literally have the services around the same time as a rival airline, but regardless, they won't really make much to the service. Sadly, they are competing with Cebu Pacific, which is one of the budget carriers. So you can imagine what they are trying to do. They are literally trying to get the budget carriers spend up a bit more to fly on Qantas, but sadly that's not how it really works in most markets. People would not mind spending up as much if you're going to give a good service. The Tokyo Haneda service, Japan. We also have Singapore Airlines SQ232, Airbus A330-800, which with its transponder zone, it should push back and taxi to runway 16 now. I think let's set a limit. Singapore Airlines A380, the last aircraft of the stream. We started off with an A380 arrival of Asiana Airlines earlier today, and we will end the stream with Singapore Airlines Airbus A380 when it takes off. Hey Jeff, yes, Sydney to Tokyo Haneda is very competitive. If you check the prices, ANA and Japan Airlines, their prices are ridiculously expensive, $3,000 return from Sydney. However, Qantas seems to be more reasonable. And yeah, I can totally understand because a lot of Australians prefer traveling to Japan for a holiday. I totally get it. And yeah, they have to be competitive on that route, else they end up losing quite a bit. Sadly, ANA and Japan Airlines can't really do much. I wish they could have lowered their prices as well, but seems to be they don't really consider it too large of a market, I suppose. All right, Jeff, we are just awaiting the Houston service, Boeing 787-9. It is off runway 16 now. It should be turning to runway 16 now anytime. Okay, Sydney to Houston, United Airlines UA100 on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. It has begun its takeoff row. And this one is for you, Jeff, 787-9 Dreamliner to Houston. Okay, let's get ready for more. There's more action coming through. Oh yes, 16 hours to Houston. That's a pretty long time, pretty long. And yeah, the only thing is when you reach Houston, you get your day back. Yeah, apart from that, you're still going to be quite lazy enough, quite tired. Alrighty, I hear some engines spooling. We are having the next takeoff now. That is Sydney to San Francisco, United Airlines UA 870 on the Boeing 777-200ER. And it should be from behind the bushes anytime now. How good was that? We had two United Airlines right across, consecutive departures. Oh, Jeff, I'm not too sure whether the Houston flight is seasonal. Is it? Have you heard of it or something that way? Because I wasn't aware. I wasn't too aware that the Houston flight is a seasonal one. But if it is, do you know why? What could be the reason? Is it that a lot of people would have preferred traveling to Sydney for the summer or something that way? Because we are in summer right now. I know a lot of people prefer escaping winter in their home countries and just go to another place, spend the summer, and then be back when the weather is much more bearable. Is it something like that? We are going to have Cebu Pacific flight to Manila. And here you are just at the right time getting the rotation. That's another great flight, Cebu Pacific. And now we will be having another one. Maybe we'll have a couple of arrivals before we have Sydney to Manila flight of Qantas Airways. Jeff. Thanks for that information. Good to know. Yeah, it makes sense for people, right? Travel from Dallas Fort Worth to Houston. All right, we have Malaysia Airlines, Sydney to Kuala Lumpur, MH122 on the Airbus A350-900. That's going to be a good one. For those of you who don't know, we also captured on our stream earlier today the departure of Malaysia Airlines Malayan Tiger livery earlier today. It was fun. But now let's catch Malaysia Airlines Airbus A330-900. It should be shortly. And there you are. Malaysia Airlines A330-300 to Kuala Lumpur. Stick around, guys, stick around. We are going to have the departure of the Airbus A380-800 from Singapore Airlines, Singapore to Changi International Airport. That's going to be our last departure of the stream. But currently we are waiting for MF802 Sydney to Xiamen, Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, Xiamen, China. We also have Fiji Airways Airbus A350 coming in from Nadi, and we should be able to have a look at it when it is around here. We'll be taxiing, so it's going to be a great sight. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and everyone, all the children, please subscribe to our channel if you are enjoying this live stream. We will be streaming next Sunday morning once again, capturing the first arrivals and departures. We missed out today because of the thunderstorm and we had to start our stream 2 hours late. But hopefully next week we have some great weather and we will be able to capture everything for you right from the first arrival. And here you are, we have Fiji Airways Airbus A350-900 that's just coming from Nadi, Fiji. What a great one. It's going to be nice to see it turning off the active runway 16R, and you'll get a very good view of the sides and the front as well. Stick around guys and have a look. And here you are, we get a good view from the front for a split second. There you go. And Fiji Airways, this is what we want to see. Nice and bright, shining in the sun. This is not something we expected to see earlier today. With nice bright sun, at the most we were expecting it to be partly cloudy or cloudy, but I'm glad we could get the nice sun for today. Alright, we have Jetstar A330-200 to Melbourne Avalon, and let's get started. Okay, we have a couple of arrivals, Perth to Sydney, Virgin Australia on the Boeing 737-800, but we weren't able to spot much of that because it's just going to taxi off the runway right at the base of the ATC tower that we see on the screen. After that, we are waiting for Sharman Air, Sydney to Sharman on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, and then to end the live stream show, we will capture Sydney to Singapore Changi International Airport, Singapore Airlines SQ232 flight service on the Airbus A380-800. I also see Air Japan, sorry, not Air Japan, that's All Nippon Airways, operated by Air Japan, that's taxiing to the runway. If it taxis and is just following Singapore Airlines, we might as well film ANA too. Let us see. Hey Jeff, thanks for letting us know Sydney to Dallas Fort Worth is shorter. I didn't know that. I thought Dallas Fort Worth would be longer. That is what I had always thought. But yeah, good to know. Yeah, 20 minutes is not much of a difference. Grump, yes. 20 minutes is like pretty much standard. So yeah, 20 minutes is all good. But the fact that people flying to Dallas Fort Worth get the A380 service by Qantas, that's a game changer actually, especially people who prefer quieter cabin. So the A380 would make much of a difference because, as we all know, the A380 is a much quieter aircraft compared to any other. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks. Thank you very much for your kind words. We appreciate you loving our streams. We will be streaming more of it. We will be streaming early morning next Sunday as well, trying to capture the early arrivals and departures. Sadly, we couldn't do it today because of the thunderstorm. However, next week, fingers crossed, the weather is good and nice and it's not too punishing and hot, and then we should be able to capture it. Jeff, no weekday streams as of now, but we are going to come with weekday streams by the second week of December. By the second week of December, Jeff, we will be getting short live streams every evening, Sydney time. That's about, I would say, from 5 to 7:30 in the evening. From 5 to 7:30 in the evening, Sydney time. So based on whatever local times, you would have to adjust that. But yeah, we plan to bring quite a lot of short streams around that time because we get a lot of arrivals during the early to late evening in Sydney. We get Emirates Airbus A380, we get Qatar Airbus A380, we get the A350-1000 from Etihad Airways. We get a lot of cargo planes. Sometimes we get the Boeing 747-400 of Singapore Airlines cargo. We get the Boeing 747, I'm not too sure whether it's the -4 or -8 of UPS, but there's quite a lot to see. So hopefully I can do those short streams on the weekdays, and the longer ones, yeah, like you said, only on the weekend. Because on the weekend, I know a lot of people prefer coming into the airport, but now with the Australian summer, it's way too hard. And the A380 of Singapore Airlines, Singapore Changi International Airport, it's off today. I'm guessing it's pretty much a very heavy aircraft to take off almost towards the edge of the runway, and rightly so. It's an Airbus A380. It's a service that is very popular. It's a service popular even on the weekdays. I've taken this service once on a weekday and it was filled. It was full, and it was an off-season time. So you can totally understand where I'm coming from and what I'm trying to say. This is a service that will connect a lot of people further in Asia and onwards towards Europe. So yeah, definitely it makes sense, and it's quite obvious why they rotated that late, because they would have been quite heavy, probably a full tank of fuel as well. And it's just an 8-hour journey actually, to be precise. And like I said, the departure of the A380 service to Singapore would have been the final one, but we'll just get one more flight on today's live stream. And that is one of my favorite ANA, All Nippon Airways, the flight from Sydney to Tokyo Haneda, Japan, on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. All right, before we get the All Nippon Airways aircraft, we do have Sydney to Perth service on Virgin Australia Boeing 737. Flight number VA557, that's going to be taking off. It's just started its takeoff row. All right, here you go. The takeoff row. Hey Jeff, I haven't really planned of San Francisco. I haven't really planned of San Francisco, but what I can do is, I do have it in my mind that I'm going to stream from Los Angeles, Westchester. Now, Los Angeles to San Francisco isn't too far off, so we might as well get San Francisco done at the same time whilst I am over there someday. So, thanks for asking me. And yeah, San Francisco is real busy. I always keep reading about it, and these rocks over here and the runway that extends into the bay, Botany Bay, this is in Sydney. It does remind me. All right, ANA, the last aircraft of our stream, as I mentioned, on its way to Tokyo Haneda, Japan, on its Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. All right, Jeff. So what I was saying is the rocks and the runway that extends into Botany Bay here in Sydney reminds me of San Francisco Airport. I've never been to San Francisco. I would love to be, and hopefully, I could do something, maybe stream one whole day or day and a half at Los Angeles Airport, and perhaps another day or day and a half at San Francisco. How does that sound? That's really going to be a wonderful thing to do. Hopefully, somewhere next year. I plan to do Los Angeles somewhere during the second quarter of next year. So hopefully around that time is what we could even try San Francisco. Correct. Yes, San Francisco is similar in those rocks, and you have a lot of parallel landings. I've seen a lot of those videos on YouTube at San Francisco Airport. Yeah, it would be lovely. It's going to be my pleasure. I'm going to be humbled just to be at San Francisco Airport. And the fact that you can get a lot of different airlines compared to what we see here at Sydney, that itself is going to be a big motivation for me. So yes, haven't really planned anything as of now, but hopefully sometime soon. Please, subscribe and hit the notification bell so that every time we post, you'll get to know. And if in case I'm doing San Francisco, now that you mentioned, I would prefer doing it, just to get more of those live streams, more of the audience, more of the different airlines all across the world. It's going to be fun. And we have Hong Kong Airlines as well. Hong Kong was not supposed to be part of the stream because it was supposed to end the stream, but I'm glad they could still capture it. All right, I think right now I will just move to a static stream now that we have captured almost all of the departing aircraft. We will zoom out, we will give it at a static stream. I hope you all have a great Sunday. For those of you on the west coast of the United States, I hope you all have a great Saturday evening. Go enjoy, have your dinner at Five Guys. Enjoy your dinner at Costco, enjoy the fine dining, enjoy Domino's Pizza, enjoy your food that you get from Trader Joe's, from wherever else. Enjoy Woohoo, Yoo-hoo, enjoy Ho-Ho, enjoy the Twinkies, enjoy everything that you can. Everything American, enjoy it. To all those here in Sydney, thank you very much for joining. I hope you all join us again next Sunday morning, 6 a.m. Weather permitting, we will be getting the first arrivals and departures. Flying the pride livery of Jetstar Airbus A320 right over there. Thank you very much to everyone who joined. Appreciate your presence. Appreciate everyone. Thank you very much, Jeff. Have fun. Take care. Good luck with your report writing, Jeff. Thank you and see you next Sunday morning. Have fun, Jeff. Say hi to your friends and family from us. Hey, Anderson. Great to see you coming in from Cambodia. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, it's great weather. We did have a bit of rain earlier today, but right now it's nice and sunny. Thank you very much for joining us on our stream, but we are just done with the major departures and arrivals for today, early morning, late morning, and early afternoon. We will be coming in again for another live stream next weekend, next Sunday morning, 6 a.m. As the curfew ends, even before the curfew ends, we will start streaming so that as we get the first arrivals and departures, it will be right here on our stream to get the best of the aviation from the land down under in Australia. Please follow, please subscribe to Sydney Airport Aviation. Thank you very much all. Enjoy and have a great Sunday. If you are in the United States, have a great Saturday evening. If you are in Los Angeles, if you are anywhere on the West Coast, or the western side of United States, have a great Saturday evening. If you are in the UK, anywhere in Europe, have a great night, sleep well. And if you are here in Australia, have a great evening. If you are in Western Australia, have a great brunch. Take care of yourselves, have fun, and see you all in the next live stream next Sunday. Thank you. Stay safe.